some friends of mine. Rewired till I arrive at the end of time. This is music to play in black holes, alternative futures. Retuned to play on your onboard computer. A song to play in Batmobiles, or Plastic Man's iPod. Zatanna backwards magic words, or Marvel Man, my God. Fire up the turbines, the game's afoot. Underwear over tights is now a good look. If there's been monkey business, I head off on a mission. I'm ready for anything in a head-on collision. So listen all vagabonds, scoundrels and villains. Beware because it's on, this is just the beginning. No cape, just a time belt with vivid shine. Every hero needs theme music and this is mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to the lab. Big way, 'cause here I come.
Drinking his tea.
This is your tune now, your theme music.
First little one I'm going to be tearing into. I mean, this will take me about 2 seconds to put together.
Take you some training before you know what it is. It's the bite of a spider that's radioactive. It's mutant synapses becoming finally active when no one else could ever really walk in your shoes. Walking into
Hey, Harriman, first to the door. Pipe Ral, what ho, Kimball, hello, hello. Graphite Sparrow, what ho, friend. Coming in, coming in. How you all doing? So, touch wood, internet has been stable all morning, which is a lovely improvement on yesterday. So, with some luck, we'll be able to just hang out today. But, oh, fucking share ambushing me as people are getting in here. Shenanigans! Sorry about that. Ian Watto. So what we're going to do is we're going to build some Gundams and hang out and chat. And if the internet craps out, then if that's what it does, then that's what it does. And we'll move into the living room. And we can all hang out on my tiny phone. Oh, okay, so Lily Longbean, Kandarian, Vanderbeest, head of House Order. Firstly, thank you kindly for filling the pint glass. Also, how are you doing? Navalis Watto!
I was rotten in days I've not got the snooze. It's a problem, I'm dizzy. I've got the blues. What to do? I'm too busy, can't stop to choose.
Vanderbeest, filling the pint glass proper. Thank you kindly. Apologies for the start late. I do not know what was up with me this morning. Like, just felt ropey as, could not get my ass in gear. Like, friends, what Fiona did today medically counts as necromancy. There was a dead person there. Now I am here. Oh! Apparently, Kimball took the pint glass filling as a personal challenge and was like, heck yo glass. Kimball, that's 1,000 bits, friend. Fucking cheers, thank you. J-Post, Watto. Tasty Watto. Coming in, coming in. So, nothing has... Alright, so nothing by our understanding has been changed since yesterday, so we could lose internet at any point. But it's been working this morning. So rather than move...
Being cheeky.
Being cheeky with some Yaldum stealing there, Erebin. Feckin' yo! Erebin, thank you for 1,001 bits. Very chaotic of you.
But then again, you never know. The machine's overloaded, it's already going to blow.
Feckin' yo!
Stop stepping on my toes and breaking my inventions.
And compliment cap, what ho, friend? What are you lot?
This might just be one professor too.
J-Post, thank you kindly. 2,000 bits just to kick off the morning like it's no big deal.
Steady, this might just be one professor too many.
Oh, and Martin, no worry. I mean, I'm the one that started 2 hours late.
I feel
So,
as a new plan time to go through with it. See, making the best me left me bruised to bits. What we need to see is an imperfect duplicate.
Tasty, back at you, friend. Miss you too, yo. We need the world to sort its shit out so we can hang out again, but...
Hello, Professor Zero.
Good to see you, yo.
I can't believe my creator's such a foolish kid. You goon, get me all on this.
And apparently it's train time already. Feckin' hell. You all couldn't just gently ease us into it. No, it's already screamed past the first station. It's not even trying. Kimball and Vanderbeest giving it their absolute feckin' best to keep the pint glass filled. Thank you all. Katros, I do not know if I'm awake now. This could just be some elaborate hallucination. You'd have to check in with Fiona as to the nature of my reality. Oh. But I got coffee, I got water, and now I've got all of you lot, so I'm doing bloody good.
There's a ship off the starboard bow, sir. They're signaling.
Oh!
The borders. Oh, really? Well then, Pew.
Kimball piling up the snow so he can jump on in.
Yes, yeah.
Kimball, Ehrman, all of you, fucking thank you. I'm not ready for this. Fucking yo. Yeah, I do not know what was going on with me this morning. I just woke up and like nothing was happening. So, Ehrman, the glass is too on. Oh. Yeah. Tasty, that sounds pretty bloody good. That sounds pretty bloody good. Yeah, friends, forgive me a little discombobulated. I'm still getting up to speed myself. Like I said, I do not know what is up with me today, but I have not been batting for 100. But I was like, nope. Been outside, had some food, had some coffee, had some water. I'm ready to do this. Fiona basically just kind of did like a wind-up will and just point in a general direction. Oh, Lecter, thank you. Side shave, beard trimmed, not looking like quite such a man of the tundra. Now the snow started to, it's pretty much melted. Hasn't started, it's pretty much gone. So I have no excuse for looking like I'm ready to survive the harsh winter storms. Captain's like, oi! I resemble that remark. The Catros is like I'm imagining Will with a wind-up key jammed into his side. I'm pretty sure I've seen that anime. Oh, so how are you all doing, you lovely mother hubbards? For those of you in the North American regions, hopefully you haven't been obliterated by the weather. And if you have, I hope you're staying warm and safe. The video gaming news has been interesting. Gavin's like, still cold down here, currently snowing. Yeah, I heard Texas got hit bad. Ehrman's like, well, it's still cold up here. Whereas here in Seattle, it's actually nice and warm. I barely need my coat. What was it Fiona described? The North American weather right now is like a hot pocket, in the sense that it is burnt on the outside and frozen on the inside. Sparrow, you fucking ledge. Alright, who's not had a proper hello? I know I'm slowly getting up to speed here. Who's not had a proper hi from me? Anyway, whilst the train goers are training, and people are slowly finding their way in. So, friends, today is going to be a bit of a discombobulation. We could lose interwebs again at any point. If that happens, we'll switch over to my phone and we'll keep this thing going. And it does mean today we're building some Gundams. That is to say, we're going to be doing. First up, we're going to be doing this little cutie patootie, which is the TriStar, or the Black TriStar Haro, which is like a 2-minute job. Then, I mean, unless there is some desperate need to build like the Nightingale or something, we're going to build a cup noodle. Because I really want to build a cup noodle. Yesterday was a weird fucking day. Like, no interwebs basically fecked all the work stuff I had to do. And friends, off the bat, thank you for a teeny tiny little train. It's fecking glorious of you. Sorry that I'm not at full tilt, but working on it. Working on it. Oh, Kathleen's like, and that's day 3 of school being closed. Just got the call. Heck. Oh, well, Tasty, have a lovely rest of your day. And Vanderbeest, you're right. We have to remember, do not cook the cup noodle Gundam and do not eat it. Specifically, do not apply boiling hot water to it.
Drawing a blank, I give thanks to the tank when I retire to Hermitage Shanks. Hermitage Shanks, you're my piece of the rock. Down with the britches, out with the old. Clasp the chain with a couple of yanks and give thanks to Hermitage Shanks.
Oh, God, I'm still trying to get up and going today. Well, pop it to one side. I'm not. You might have to have a cheeky chunder.
No!
I'm feeling fucking destroyed. I don't know what's going on.
Well, Gundam.
Yeah, I'm focus. It is a rare day that I look at food and go, no, 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 no. Sorry, Mel, Watto friend, how are you doing? And Kika, good afternoon to you, friend. Kimball, you know what? We're all in lockdown. Okay, that's not meant to be on this playlist. Thanks for sneaking that in there. Kimball, unleash the vinyl cutter. Let your neighbors know fear. Kika, I've just been having a fucking weird morning. Like, we're just feeling super grimdark trying to get my ass out of bed this morning. And I'm feeling better now, but like, Fiona brought me a sandwich, and I looked at it and went, oh no, 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 no. Hang on. I'm not feeling the, as much as the good Professor Elementals, like, back-to-back bangers are absolutely usually my jam, I am not feeling that right now. That beat is a monster. Kika's like, you had a hint of sad in your eyes, I was concerned. I know, that's pain. That's pain. Oh. No, it's no worry. So, like, I'm happy to be hanging out with you lot. Because we don't know if the internet's going to hold out for today. Like, we were without internet yesterday and day before, which was a pain. And it sort of came back this morning. So it could drop out again, or it could be it's weather related or what have you. So today we're going to be doing some Gundam building and just some hangouts. Like, let's natter, let's have ourselves a lovely little day. Okay, Kitsuno, that is a massive compliment. Thank you kindly. Oh, a Night Valen, Watto. Oh, sorry, Kitsuno was saying, with Professor Elemental, they thought it was 100% me singing. I mean, I will say there is probably more than a handful of Professor Elemental songs I can do, like, beat for beat. Not as well as, of course. Okay. So, sorry, Night Valen's asking, how many bits to do a whole stream of you sliding down ice mounds? Honestly, the logistics there would just be getting us to a place that has a ready amount of snow. Which I'm led to believe there are such places nearby. Oh, lovely. Kika, go you. Getting all productive and everything. And Mal, I would not be against a Willimus snow racing reforged. The Centurion gear might be a touch harder to acquire. Well, so Night Vale, well, when the world's not on lockdown, there are a few places, because Seattle's got a ton of mountains around it. So there are a few places that you can
wants to sing?
Oh, thank you, Fiona. There are a few places around this way that you can get year-round snow at, which is pretty feckin' dope. But not during plague time. Sorry, I don't know if I was meant to logistics that one. Yeah, Night Vale. Seattle is, well, it's a good 75% hills. But some of those hills are very steep. God, I imagine any of the places like in like central Seattle proper, there are some beastie hills around there. Mal's like, Roman Centurion all-in-one costume, 20 quid? I sense top quality productions right there. Oh, and Martin, go get some sleep, friend. Thank you for popping in. Albeit, however brief today is. However brief today is. God, I don't really know what to do for, like, banter topics, because I'm living in constant fear of, like, so long, internets. Oh, almost 75k, Fiona. You're very proud of yourself. You might get to see the first Chunder dab. Oh. So yeah, how have you been doing, you lovely mother hubbards? Video gaming news-wise, it's been an interesting morning, to say the least. Blazeball's coming back next month, which I'm very happy for. Peter Molyneux laid off a bunch of people. The IGDA has $300,000 for marginalized developers. New World got delayed. And it turns out that Stadia's management was being shady as. Lecter's at 106k, holding them for dabbing reasons. Oh, good. Oh, Kiga made law for 2 of the Blazeball characters. Feckin' nice. If you, I mean, and Kiga, feel free to wiki post those. Sadlin hasn't gotten in yet, but you know, for Sadlin to know that some of the Longshipians may be canon in the Blazeball world. Oh yes, Kandarian, there is the Blasphemous Bloodstained crossover, which should be interesting. It was curious, because I remember myself being very, very excited for Blasphemous. And then, I mean, it had that gorgeous kind of, like, Catholic horror art vibe. But it was interesting that after things like Hollow Knight and stuff like that, I looked at it and went, that's interesting, and never went back. Kika says I can link Charlatan Seabright, that is a great name for a character, and Blocks Plot Jones. I'm having a look at that because I can. That's glorious. That is absolutely glorious. I mean, they're playing for the New York Millennials, which isn't the Seattle Garages. But half ghost. God, I'm so ready for Blazeball season to start again.
You said bell peppers and beef.
His name's Ezra.
No, they had like they had
listening to me?
the coffee cup over on the run up to Christmas, which was like an invitational, like friendly, and real Blazeball starts again beginning of the year. May the giant peanut bless us all. Damn, you sound like I feel.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, nom nom, Watto friend. Thank you kindly for the host. How are you doing? So yeah, today is as much kind of like an internet test as it is a day of the Gundams. So, just gonna have a faff about, you know? Mal says, I wish there was more news on Blood Bowl 3. I need more halflings getting murdered in my life. God. We got beef with those little hairy-footed numpties, right? No, I'm on that Warhammer 3 hype train, which you cannot know how surreal it is. Like, because I didn't directly work on Total War Warhammer. That was Joey's bag. Oh my god. And then I ended up...
There are 3 things that I particularly
I ended up leaving after... I left after 1 came out before 2. So 3 I had no idea was even happening. I had no idea of the content. And I gotta say, like, Total War Warhammer's been the one that I've been really enjoying. So, I get to be a fan of this. It's kind of weird. Like, I'm legit looking forward to it. Oh, Mal got removed from the list for not playing enough CA games right before the one I would actually play. Hashtag classic. I mean, they don't do Rally Point anymore.
Special bell peppers and beef.
It's a different team, but they are putting out banging games, and really, like, that's what matters. Like, I can't even imagine what fucking Rally Point and stuff like that would be like now. It's such a huge company. I mean, sorry, for those of you who don't know, Rally Point was a show that myself, that my boss at the time, Craig Laycock, started, and me and Craig did together. And it was just it was like a community show, like, once a month about everything that was going on Total War-wise, and it was real cool. But it was just me and Craig and like a refurbed Canon Mark III, and we didn't have a lot of resources. We didn't have a lot of time on it, so it ended up being very silly, just because it was what we wanted to do. But I don't know, CA feels like it's gone from strength to strength, and I don't know. I don't know how one would represent a team that massive. Kika's like, do you think Elden Ring will ever be released? I mean, I bloody hope so. Though, the thing that I'm curious as to what happened to the Sekiro DLC. Like, there's no way... Sekiro, however you want to say it. There's no way that didn't sell well, so... Sorry, Mal says, community show, and didn't have many resources, where you get attacked by dogs and make Skyrim piss takes with horsemen. Well, we didn't want to say arrow to the knee in case Bethesda got all pissy with us. So it was like, for legal reasons, I have taken an arrow just below the shin. Which, just above the shin, which I thought was very funny. We fired miniguns, we went to Leeds Armory a couple times. But, like, for the most part, like, Rally Point was just filmed in a meeting room, which we had to book out in advance. And we had the devs behind us. Like, we didn't have a lot of cash, we didn't have a lot of resources. I mean, we were still trying to make a case for, like, live streams and stuff. God. Good times, good times. Oh yeah, and Graphite, I do agree. Like, I've been really happy to see Total War Warhammer do well, and it has let a little bit more exploration of the old world, because, like, I understand the reasons for the Age of Sigmar, like, happening from a board gaming standpoint, but I just don't care. Also, we will need to play Valheim at some point, possibly this week. I've had more people than ever messaging me and being like, hey, have you heard of this Valheim game? I'm like, yes. Like, okay, cool. 2 minutes later, have you heard this Valheim game, Will? I'm like, yes. Well, I'm not, so Kika, I'm not organising anything right now because I still don't know if we're going to be able to do stuff this week. Today, this right here is basically like an interweb soap test. Because we were meant to have a very cool guest on the show tomorrow, but I rescheduled that just in case. And then I might be moving Memnal away from this week to a later week. Just because, I don't know, Memnal's a special one, and that would really upset me if we lost it due to like interweb feckery and whatnot. You know what I mean? Caffeine's like, hey, Will, have you heard about this Viking Minecraft game? Well, see, the thing is, I don't. The reason why I want to play it is that Valheim's not an original concept. There are many, many Viking survival games in the vein of Ark. And why is it that this one is doing well? Is it doing well just because it released at the right time? You know, we're all stuck indoors, we're all looking for new experiences. Are we experiencing video games like, you know, Era of the Viking? Is it now a more valid setting for video games? Or is there something else to it? That's what I want to work out. Oh, no! Sorry, Mal was saying the Legionnaire machine finally got retired this week. I would pour a little out, but I need this coffee to survive. Sorry, friends. Mal Cascadi in chat won a PC that we were doing as a giveaway back in the Total War days. And it was this gorgeous, gorgeous design PC case. But it had a very if I remember correctly, Mal, it's got like a very non-standard layout inside. And yeah, Caffeine, you're right. Release timing can be luck of it. Sometimes it's one of the things that can really hurt when either working on or observing video games, is you see 3 games, all deserved of success, all deserving of people's attention, and only one of them like makes it to the big time, just purely based on the day it launched. Hell, companies have made entire... Caffeine, it says Sleepyhead. And on the back it says Exo Fiona.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Unitax, you feckin' ledge. Thank you for 28 months. Sorry, I'm mostly a broken potato today, and I'm really not sure why, but for some reason, I am not with it today, so how are you? But Kika, the idea of being Cool Kid Vikings sounds awesome. Oh yeah, okay, so what Mal was saying,
Если знаешь, откуда и куда ты едешь, я считаю, что это не настоящее путешествие.
What Mal was saying was that the
Когда ты давно забыл
PC that he won from the Creative Assembly, when the back is the top under cover with slots for all the cables and stuff, so it's interesting. But it did look very pretty. I don't know. Oh, excuse me. Nope, we're okay. I wasn't about to be the breakfast repeater. Oh, remember that time Will vommed on camera? Good times. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's just because I've been stuck indoors so long, but I have been missing the old Creative Assembly days. Like, Scott Hot Rod was in yesterday, who is someone I worked with at the Creative Assembly quite closely, and is someone I still consider a real good friend. You know, Joey's still over on Total War Warhammer. I'm pretty sure Dogbit's still there, but like, him and I don't digi-speak. We catch up at like events and stuff, but seeing as those aren't happening. Wow, sorry, I just went completely to the moon. My apologies, friends, my apologies. So yeah, with today's weird internet soap tests, we're going to be building Gundams, because we can. I mean, I've got a crap load of them to get into, but I weirdly want to build the pot noodle one with you lot. Is that strange? I mean, I've got a little harrow to put together first. Captain Stephanie Barnes, head of house. Valkyrie Watt, ho friend. Coming in. Caffeine's like, build a cup noodle, then eat the cup noodle. But Caffeine, if I build it too well, how will I know which is the real cup noodle? Like, they actually, the company that I drunkenly bought it from actually sent an additional cup noodle to go with. This isn't even from the stash. Num Num's like, Haru pot noodle stream tech, yeah! J-Post, good point. Not a Gundam. Smart. This season's not a mimic. I mean, Caffeine, it would definitely a test of my jaw strength if I could actually eat the plastic pot noodle. I see no way that would end badly. We might have to mimic check as well. Also, friends, I should have mentioned, we may have a guest intermittently on today's show. I don't know how many of you have followed their previous works before introduction today, but friends, we will be. Lecter was hearing double music. All right, music, go stop now. Music, stop. No music for you. Only Tiny Big Zam. I knocked out Tiny Big Zam last night, and this little clamshell continues to make me smile. Like, Big Zam's design is wonderfully ridiculous at the best of times, but when you make it tiny, it's like, look at his big face, and look at his little feeties. Look at his little feeties. So, yeah. Caffeine, answer Hazy, ask again later. If we get through today with no hiccups, then I'll write a new schedule for the rest of the week. I'm not short on games. Yeah, we're not short on games. I went through my wish list of like weird, interesting indie stuff that I wanted to show you all that was like under $2. Also, one that I did pick up that I'm looking forward to showing you is called Terminator Resistance. And I've been eyeing this game up for like a year and change. Because one, it includes a mode where you actually get to play as one of the T-800 infiltrator Terminators. But, well, you see, Baron Ransack, that's what I thought, but the sheer amount of like positive reviews for Terminator Resistance from like user reviews is massive, and I need to find out what's going on. Like, I've been meaning to do this for a while, because whenever I find like these little anomalies in the industry, I get like a, I don't know, like a drive to look into it. Because this game came out late 2019. Metacritic of like 60. So
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Get to the boat. How you doing?
Friendos.
Sup indeed. How are you doing? 24 months. 2 years. 2 years you've been hanging out here. Voluntarily. Or at least I assume voluntarily, like no one's made you do it, right? Blink twice if you're being held hostage. But yeah, so this is the game. It's Terminator Resistance. And the strange thing is, like, the quality of the title and the critical reception of it absolutely does not reflect the user sentiment. So there's something in this game that either...
Stop that incessant clicking.
No! What you lovely Mother Hubbards was that? The Hunters of House Carl! Some spooky anonymous ghost gifted a sub to Lady Lecter. That's very kind of you. Kymble says, for a cheap tie-in, they did a great job to make the best of it. I mean, we'll break it down together. Like, we'll queue it up either next week, week after, and we'll pick it apart. But, I mean, Kymble, maybe that's I want to know. I'm not, sorry, I was going to say it in a way that made it sound like I was kind of well-actuallying you. I didn't mean it like that. It's more that I want to know. Because I think I intellectually understand it. Like, Kaimball, I think you're right. I think it's very on brand, at a low, it might be low quality, but it's very authentic. And anyone who's a fan of the Terminator franchise has sadly had has had a really bad run of it. Like, there really hasn't been enough good materials in that franchise, considering how influential it is. Oh, Alnus, Watto, the nudes have not been posted yet. But we're going to be getting into making our own nudes that Thor can't steal. Not saying that as a challenge, because I know that Thor did pen testing. J-Po says bring back the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Yup. Kids said the only good material of the Terminator franchise is the stuff the robots are made of. What, like, the first movie is a great horror movie. Like, it is this sci-fi horror of just this thing that does not stop. It's feckin' glorious. And the sequel did a lot to reverse our preconceptions and pop in a few interesting time travel queries. But it seemed with each of the subsequent sequels, they kind of lost a bit of what made it. Though I did see the most recent one, and it was one of those, like, for every cool thing it did one thing that I was like, no. Like, making Sarah Connor, like, a non-stop badass was awesome, but bumping off her son in, like, weird multiverse nonsense and having her have an unhappy ending was like, no. They had the... I thought the cyborg lass was a great addition. However, they've kept trying to increase the threat by making more and more advanced, like, hunting units. But after a point, like, you can't. Okay, sorry. I forget the term because I'm having a very, very slow brain day, but there's a term for when your antagonist's actions don't match their threat. So, if you create a machine that is the perfect killing machine, and it hesitates while doing something that doesn't fit with, and there are quite a few times with the whole, like, double Terminator move, where it didn't do the thing because of reasons, ? And what was so brilliant about the first one was it was just it was a machine that did not give a balls! All right. I think I'm seeing you. Are we still here? Are we still here? Okay, feckin' yes. Sorry, it just popped up with Steam has disconnected and gave me a blip. I was about to get my phone and just messaged you lot and be like, well, I guess the internet's still being a massive... We're still here. Moose was like, we just heard you shout balls and have been wondering. Alright, so I guess Steam's just being a jerk today. Thanks a lot, Steam. This is why I don't hang out with you anymore. Yeah, so Alnus, that's a good point, that the premise of the antagonist does fall down because you have the perfect killing machine, and we get 5 more perfect killing machines. Because, like, the T-800 was is it this 800 or the 600? Sorry, here's my Terminator knowledge falling down a... So basically, Arnie's OJ Terminator is an infiltration unit. It's not perfect. It's like squishy organic flesh over a robo-skeleton. Like, it is a good old-fashioned murder machine, but it's not perfect. And then you have the T-1000, which is this liquid metal... this liquid metal behemoth. Like, this just... It can synthesize any voice. It can pretend to be just about anybody. You know, it's full of improvised weapons and stabby hands. There are still limitations, certainly. But then after that, they continue to get stronger. And it reaches the point... Like, there was one that I think was meant to be nanomachines. And I'm like, wait a second. If you're nanomachines, then you could just be like... Nanodead. And I know this sounds dumb, but when your concept is hooked on essentially sci-fi, when you're not using hand wavium from the get-go, then it starts to fall down. Yeah, the T1 million. Mechanoel Watto friend. Also, I'm sorry for yelling balls in everybody's ears. And get to the point, Alnus. The best Arnie film is definitely Last Action Hero. Although that's just a great film in general. I have shot a man, I did it on purpose, and I wish to confess. Yeah, it's easy to forget it's James Dance doing the feckin' villain in that. Anyway, well, the reason why I feel like the Terminator conversation is important is that in video games, our conversation with the user is always punctuated by mechanics and numbers. Unless it's an emotional narrative or a walking sim. But if there's combat, if there is a conflict between you and something else, then systems are at play. Like how hard you punch, what attacks you have, what weapons are in your equipment. Oh, Mechanoel, did I say hello? More importantly, did Tiny Big Zam say hello? Tiny Big Zam. I took Tiny Big Zam out into the snow today. Well, what's left of it. It's mostly slush. But yeah, no, I feel this is an important conversation. This isn't just like a pick apart the Terminator franchise. It's like each new Terminator threat throughout the series has had a new power or something. And it reaches a point where the sheer amount of the sheer amount of coincidence that gets our heroes through a day, that allows them to survive against these perfect machines, reaches a point where it's like, nah, you're just playing me for a fool now. And once the user no longer believes in the threat of the villain, they can take a lot of it out, especially when the premise is running from. So Alna says, I feel like any Terminator game needs to focus on the cat and mouse nature of the films. Otherwise, it's just blasting chrome skeletons or Arnie again. Very true. Terminator versus RoboCop, turning the Terminators into an infinite army of easily destroyable creatures. But I will say, no, so that was RoboCop versus Terminator. Terminator Future Shock and Skynet, its subsequent sequels, very much worth going back to. Like, I think it was like, wasn't it early Bethesda made it? And it's set like in the future, and you're just like a resistance fighter trying to, I think you're trying to get the time travel tech. I forget. And those games were amazing. At the time, they added like drivable vehicles and huge open areas at a time when other games were struggling to get like billboarding sprites to work. And Gets About, you're right. Terminator for the Mega Drive was awesome. Mechanoel, you're not missing much. Like, Terminator and Alien hit very, very similar beats. But looking at sci-fi from different spaces. I mean, Alien's great success was kind of like the normality of I'm trying to think. All right. Will's clever terms are just not happening today, so I'm going to be a completely mediocre conversationalist. Alien makes sci-fi future stuff look normal and lived in. There's no part of that movie that looks like it doesn't serve a function, and I've always admired that. With the original Terminator, the sci-fi elements of the future all look functional. And it's then taking those elements and applying them to, well, what was meant to be our world, or the world of the 80s. So Mechanoel spent the last 48 hours writing classes into the Black Hack 2nd edition. Oh, that's the cat game, if I remember rightly, right? Sorry, if Mechanoel's talking about the thing I think they're talking about, friends, it's a tabletop RPG where you fight evils. Oh, no, it wasn't? Okay. Well. Yeah, Mechanoel, that's a much better way of putting the clever big word, which is retrofuturism and being unmesmerized by what would be fantastic. You know, the day-to-day nature of living in these huge spaceships is something that the Aliens franchise, well, again, the classics did very, very well. And as gets the point, you're right, the Terminator films are cultural artifacts of the 80s. Same with Alien. Alien did define a new aesthetic of retro future spacefaring thriller, and Terminator did the same for action films. Well, the first one was more horror than action. Hey, sorry, Greenfire, Watto friend. We're just having a natter, and we're going to build some Gundams today. Just chatting around. We don't know if the internet's going to hold out throughout the day, and Steam keeled over while I was chatting to you all, which made me cuss quite loudly. But we seem to be doing okay. And like I said, friends, if the internet gives up the ghost and if it's all going sideways, then what we'll do is we'll jump onto the phone and go from there. Sorry, I've not been on Discord this morning. I was feeling very, very green around the gills. I'm still feeling pretty janky, if I'm being honest. But we are here and we're doing well. So, what did I miss on the Discord? Lecter spent the last hour.
Retro future orbit.
Okay, get to the bone. Thank you for 250 bits. You all have been lovely today, and all I've been is a fucking useless potato. Thank you kindly. Sorry, Lecter says they spent the last couple hours redoing their Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. That just sounds like a lovely way to spend a morning. Because I know you've been working your face off for like the last 3 days, so hopefully I can be the background banter to your morning off. Yes, I know it's only 3 p.m, but morning is a state of mind. Alright, also, tiny big Zayam. So I tell you what, let's keep nattering. I'll finish this Haro. Where are me kit? Where's me kit? Where's me Gundam kit? Clean that up. I don't know if you've all seen it. I'm very proud of this. I got this on sale, the case, and I've turned it into my little portable Gundam kit. So if we end up losing interwebs and have to switch to the phone, then I can just basically close this up and cheese it on over to the other side. Now check this out. We made tiny big Zayam. How's this, friends? Actually, move this down so you can see more of my dumb face. Tiny, tiny Big Sam. What's that, Big Sam? Oh, you want to hang out with the peoples? Oh, check me out. I'm Big Sam. I'm a big fighty. I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know why Big Sam has the strong bad voice. Well, Bacon Avenger, one of the few good things about my phone plan is that the overall... Actually, I can move you lot down a little bit. Favor 6, it does not have arms. That's not how Big Sam be. Big Sam's actually more of a mobile... It's meant to be like a mobile weapon rather than a Gundam. And the actual Big Sam is... Well, if you have a look on my shelf... If you have a look at my shelf, if those are the size of regular Gundams, then Big Sam is about the size of all 4 of those, like, blocks. It's meant to be massive. Mechano, well, that's very good of you. Mechano's like, oh, I'm sorry. Tiny Big Sam, you're very threatening. Yes, I'm Tiny Big Sam. I'm a big fighty. Don't wanna mess with me. I'm gonna come get you, Tiny Big Sam.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! Baron Ransack, that's feckin' kind of you. Just gifting a sub to Kisuno. Feckin' cool of you. And House Call. I always feel bad on days like today where I'm like, I'm 2 hours late, I'm under the weather, I'm not doing you lot, you know, a good service. And then you lot are all being nice. But yeah, Favor 6, not only does it not have arms, it doesn't need arms. Yo! Oh, Get to the Boat, that's lovely. So Get to the Boat saying, as it's our 2nd year anniversary, they find themselves moving out into a flat of their own. Had to move in with others about the first time I found you due to stuff. This is a huge month for me, having got a place good enough to kick it on my own again in a very comfortable fashion. So have you moved in or are you moving in? Like, are we up on the big telly in your own gaff, or is that the dream?
Do you see now? It means becoming like clear water.
Water.
Right. Water can take any form. Drifts without effort one moment, then pounds down in a torrent the very next.
Shackle Jaconis, Watto? How are you doing, friend?
Stop putting yourself down, or the longship will be aggressively uplifting.
It's that... So, Favor 6, thank you for the 200 bits. But it's that thing of, like, I wouldn't ask any of you to rake yourself over the coals for small things, you know? But I do it myself. Like, anytime I feel like I'm not doing you lot a good justice, like, I beat the heck out of myself. I'm very good at it. Alright, Tiny Big Sam, I need you out of the way. It's a skill. It is a skill, my friends.
You see it? I was fluid.
Yeah. Huh! Horror time! Ooh! Not being too lovely. Thank you. Alright, where did I put the instructions? Sorry, I just skim reading Bacon Avengers 1. They're having power outages, and to quote, today's shift is looking to be, air quotes, interesting.
Still got a cold, but it's my birthday and my second monitor and monitor mount came in, so not letting it completely kick my tail today.
Yeah, go you! So, I mean, on the one hand, it means you can kind of second screen hanging out with myself, or 2 wills. I don't know if anyone's ready for 2 will. I'm certainly bloody not. But you have the option. Also, Shackle, Favor, gets the bottom.
Also, it's a vet's job to put things down. You are not a vet.
See if I can get you all a little bit more light on the Gundams. There we go. Although anytime I put my hand forward, no. Yeah, we'll just go for some low light situations. 2 will or not 2 will? That is the question. Huh. Horror time. No, seriously.
2 wills or not 2 wills? Now, not really much of a question, is there?
I don't know. I feel bad when I let stuff get in the way of hanging out with you lot, because it is simultaneously the thing that I love doing and what is keeping us alive right now. So I will do my best not to beat the snot out of myself. But I can you promise. I can you promise. Also, so Shackle, Favor6, all of you, thank you. Favor6 doing a proper snipe there. I guess the boat. Weird you should mention that. Terry Pratchett's Interesting Times is currently the book I'm working through. And Mechanoel, thank you. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I take off the bands. I'm getting caught in something sharp. And I think model scale modeling? No. Is model making a tag? That's model builder. God, how is just Gundams not a Twitch? Why are you like this? Sorry. Get to the boat. Thank you for the 150. Again, I do not believe that I am deserved of them, but I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. Nom Nom's like, I like that Will's model cam. It's because they are. My hands are pale at the best of times. Like, that's what you're dealing with. Good old autofocus. But at least gives you all a little sight of what I'm up to. So yeah, friendos, thank you all. Oh wow, I fucked that first snip up and everything. Oh, go me! This is like one of the basic baby kits, and I just fucked that up. Oh goody. Should be fine. It'll be fine. No one's gonna see him. This isn't
Our
like...
white balance cannot handle paleness of that magnitude.
It absolutely cannot. Like, Jackal, seriously, thank you. Like, it's thanks to you and Jarlan I got into this in the first place. Like, friends, for those of you who don't know, like, the first model kit that I got sent was a Gundam Barbatus. And that being one of my absolute all-time favourite mechs. And I ended up spending a whole bunch of time building it, and I had a good time building it. Okay, so we just need the 11s right now. Cool. Alan's just like, with that white balance, have to ask Will to go back outside in the snow. Is it weird now that I've spent so much time doing video stuff that instead of thinking of it as like snowblind, I'm like, damn it, my eyes white balance isn't working. I can't be the only person that feels that. Alright, over you go. Over you go, Tiny Haro. Will uses solar flare. Yo!
So I got my partner the noodle model for Valday. I got massive points for showing that I really do know her well. D.
Oh, Bacon Avenger, I'm feckin' glad, friend. I got a friendo asking me, like, kits for kids. And so I recommended him the transforming Hello Kitty one. Like, it's just interesting enough that it's not, like, it doesn't feel like it's, you know, silly model kit for kids. And supposedly his little and bloody loved it. So I feel like I did a good... Alright. Get these little nubbids in here. Boop. Oh, I'm Bacon Adventure. I'm really happy with that. There's more than a few people that I'm looking forward to building Gundams with. And we've got little SD Gundams kicking around all over the place. If we get through this and the cup noodle today, like, I've got the Gundam injection model kit to put together. I'm kind of... Okay, so I'm keeping it to some of the smaller SD kits. Just because if we lose interwebs, I don't want to have to take 20 runners with me. I do get this little piece of kit though, which will make it a lot easier. So I got this, with just a little piece of plastic, thusly, but it's for holding runners on, and it's all lettered, so it makes putting stuff together way easier. So it does mean I can sort of transport it. Oh, and Lizzie's getting some puppy cuddles. Feckin' yes. Oh, I saw your very fancy meal the other day. That were right good. That were right good. All right, I'm gonna put these in. Yeah, this camera does not do it justice. Let me see if you can see it better when I turn on a shite load of light. It's a little happier when I put on a crap load of light, as long as I don't put my hands in the way. So basically, I pre-inked all the little arm segments, but I just need to clean it up a little bit. So I got this thing, and it's a feckin' godsend. So it's, hang on, let me show you here. Does it pop up? No, white balance is arguing again. All right, so it's one of the Gundam markers, only it contains the stuff to get rid of, it contains paint thinner, or the stuff to get rid of the inks. Not the other pens, but the inks. And it's feckin' great. Because usually what you have to do is get like a bunch of, I don't know, feckin' alcoholic spirits or something, dip your little Q-tip in, scrub it for a little bit, and then be like, oh no. Whereas this makes my life a lot easier. Plus, I really love using like the little ink pot to do stuff, so I could just spend hours. So anyway, we were talking about, what were we talking about before I started self-admonishing? A habit of which I know I am rife for doing. We were talking about Terminator. And I will say that if you haven't seen it, it's not one of the great movies of all time, but it does something that few video games really succeed at doing, which is kind of like the following antagonist. We talked about this a lot a few weeks ago with what was his name? Was it I want to say Vash? Vas, that was it. Vas from Far Cry 3. How he has this, there's this feeling about him that he could be behind you at any point. He's over your shoulder right now. It's Vas! Sorry, getting over it. Now I'm feeling better, I'm getting overexcited. No, I no longer feel like I'm about to hurl chunks. But it's very hard to do. Like in the original Resi Evils, Nemesis was a tricky one because it was possible to stop him. And the thing was, for unlockables and stuff like that, like stopping him in combat was the best way to unlock a bunch of stuff. You know, like the improved handgun and like additional upgrades for the Desert Eagle and things like that. Which wasn't called the Desert Eagle, it had some silly non-copywritten name. But the thing is, the first time that you stop him, it takes a lot of the threat away. So I was real impressed with how they handled him in the newer remakes. And especially the stuff they did with Mr. X. Yes, oh, Kindball, I should have said a proper good night. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Sorry I was starting super late, but thank you for throwing in like 1,000 bits, friend. Like, thank you. It means a lot. No, I mean, really, it means a lot right now. Yeah, get to the boat. I think you're right. I think it's just called Magnums. Yeah, and JP, you're right. They did try over and over again to recapture with interesting villains. And, well, I don't think we need to go over this topic because we nailed it pretty well. Alright, 5 on the bottom, 6 on the top. Because Pagan Min was a very, very interesting villain. Sorry, I'm doing this thing where I'm bringing up here so I can see what I'm cutting proper. And then you lot can't see what I'm doing. Good work, Will. Good work. Team Churthouse, Watto. Watto. In case the interwebs go out, today we are building Gundams. Well, actually, we're building a couple of Haros, and we're building a Haro, and then a pot noodle, because it's my show, and I'm allowed to do it. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So I don't think we need to go over like Far Cry's attempt to recapture lightning in a bottle. But if we're thinking about the things that made Vass such an interesting villain, it was that feeling of ever-presence. Like, at any point, he could just pop up and wreck your day. And that feeling doesn't leave you. So, thinking about that feeling from The Terminator, the OG movie, that feeling that, you know, this thing will not stop until you are dead, is easier said than done. You'd think that an ever-chasing enemy would be real easy to do, but we haven't really succeeded. I keep thinking of the movie It Follows as well, as a great example of like the forever stalker. I mean, if you can think of some examples that that are not springing to mind, I'm a brain-dead potato today. Oh yeah, and Kinga, It Follows is so good. Messed me up for days. Like, I rarely watch horror movies because they only go into two categories for me. They go into, huh, that was interesting, or cool, I'm not sleeping. I can't seem to find a good middling point. Shackles as Mr. X. Yes. Mr. X is a very good example of the Infinifollow. And I wonder if it's because Resident Evil's, like, third-person action controls. Oh, shit, Moose, no, you're spot on. The alien from Alien Isolation is a great example. I mean, feck. It does this job of having this, like... It has the ever-present feel. And it also has this, I want to say almost, like, sadistic... Wait. Oh no, little one's the bottom. Sorry. Yeah, little one's the bottom. So I'm just putting it together. The thing about the alien from Alien Isolation is it, to me, always felt like a cat playing with you. Like, you are not a threat to it. It does not regard you thusly. The reason it doesn't kill you out and out is because you're kind of fun to play with. You know, you're the most entertaining thing it's had all day. So Catchell says, with the enemy's amnesia count, you can't kill them and you never know when they show up. You know what? I think you're right as well.
Hey, have you found your noodle? Hidden in a pot noodle?
Why, yes, I have. My noodle hidden inside a pot noodle. Well, she was given with a pot noodle. And sorry, like, seriously, thank you for the 200 bits. Like, I feel I need to say, because of your time zone, you usually have to tap out before the end of the show. Like, you give a lot in bits here, and I'm very, very grateful for it. JB says, what about the left side of the screen in Mario games? Well, Mario did have, what was it, the angry sun. That was a great example of like a stalking one. So yeah, no, you know what, friends, there are a bunch of good examples. If you're asking me how to implement them without spending a massive amount of time and money, that I can't tell you. Like, obviously I can't go into details because I didn't work directly on it, but like the alien in Alien Isolation was a lot of work. Alright, now I need to put its butt on. Get a little thing. So, the little white line on that, I have a grey ink for doing stuff like this, and it's feckin' good. So no, those are some cracking examples. But yeah, how to do like an It Follows style monster cheaply? Feck. I mean, I guess Soma and places like that do establish a few. I guess some of the few secrets to getting a good follow enemy is you have to give the player enough context of the world first before you start trying to just out and out kill them. So if you think about it, like Mr. X in Resident Evil 2, the Alien Isolation, like you get a chance to explore first before the threat is unleashed upon you. And I think that's very, very important. Like, hang on. Hang the feckin' feck on. Let me scooty. Let me scooty and scooty up so you can see what I'm doing. I'm just cleaning the nubbins off with the blade. not an advised technique, but what can I say? I'm a heckin' rebel. I'm a heckin' rebel. So, immediately unleashing a monster upon people that's forever chasing them can mean that they don't spend much time like looking at the environment or exploring it. Doesn't necessarily give them enough time to get grounded in it. So yeah, you basically need to let people feel a certain level of comfort before you heck them up sideways. Oh, there we go. Sorry. There we go. Got the button of the Haro on. Oh, they're over here. JP says, I like how they did Arthas in Wrath of the Lich King. Just popped up from time to time, and in one dungeon the goal was not to kill the bosses, rather than running away from him as he's slowly walking towards you. That was feckin' cool. I guess World of Warcraft had the advantage of being so engaged and running for so long, they could do stuff like that. And Mechanoel, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Oh, Final Phoenix? Watto? Oh, wow. Sorry, Final Phoenix said they had more than just a snow day. Work has been closed yesterday, today, and at least tomorrow. Is that good? Oh, Kika. And this is why we are friends. Kika, yes. Sorry, Kika was mentioning Darth Vader from Rogue One. Oh, my God. I remember seeing that and being like, he's like a feckin' xenomorph. The way they portrayed him as this, like, unknowable, unstoppable killing machine. Oh, my word. So I guess the problem is, like, it's difficult to create threats like that in games cheaply. Oh, okay. So Learning Ready Run ran a campaign on stream using the Alien role-playing system. Lovely. Oh, and it was Cam. Feck. Sorry. Final Phoenix is playing Monster Hunter World and other games while stuck at home. Bloody glorious. We actually have a couple of people that just started on Monster Hunter World, so if you need some new hunters to train... Kika said there are some segments in one of the Silent Hill games where Pyramid Head is used like that pretty alright. Yeah. God. I'm so glad I'm getting the chance to chat with you lot today, because like the amount of games I've forgotten right now that have really good examples of follow enemies. It's feckin' rad. Alright, so you go there. What next? Oh, next is the... Alright, 9 on the sides, 10 on the top. Okay. Yeah, Kika, it feels like it's been a million years as well since I last played Silent Hill. Loads of people got into playing Silent Hill The Room over Halloween, which I still love because it's so gloriously weird. Like, they go places with that. They definitely put the psychological in psychological horror there. Okay, so getting these little clips in, I'll have to ink those in a sec. But we'll do that. We can do that at the end. I'm one of those weirdos, I like to pop the ink on when it's still on the runner, and then tidy it up later. Mainly because then I can just sit with like a telly show or something and just... I can just sit with a telly show and just dab ink on everything forever. Mechanor says, in the vein of enemies that are freaking terrifying, can I talk about the ending of Jedi Fallen Order? I mean, that's up to the crowd, really. I am aware of what happens, but I don't know how many people have it on their to-play list. Because the ending does have some oomph to it, if you know what I mean. Okay, so we need to do A8 twice. So that's just these little nubbins. And we get to put some stickers on it. I was trying to decide which of the tri-stars that we were going to make a haro of. We're going to go for the sniping dude. Varble says EA spoiled the ending in a freaking commercial. Ugh! Why do they commission third-party teams to do these bloody commercials? I'm still mad about Life is Strange. Like, that whole thing. I was really looking forward to Life is Strange 2. The whole thing was spoilt during a bloody presser at E3. And I'm like, are you fecking joking me sideways right now? Like, there was nothing about that they needed to show. Because it just was like, oh yeah, here's the ending to... here's the whole point of, like, Captain What's-It. Oh, sorry, yeah. Kika was adding Silent Hill the Room, but it wouldn't work on my computer. So I don't know what account I had it for. No! Latest like, just got gifted the game, so please no. Hey, no worry, no worry. So, sadly, that particular line of conversation has been vetoed. Ooh. Bavis is like, guess what? I have Garibaldi biscuits. Feeling jelly. A little queasy, to be honest. I don't know anybody liked Garibaldi biscuits. I always thought they were just like the last chance saloon of Bickies. You know, well, everything else. Oh, Bacon Avenger on the inking says it makes sense. When they first got into models, they needed painting and having parts. Left parts in the runners, let me move the parts around at different angles. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was back before you had all those... I don't know if you've seen it. There's like a little handle you can get for like Citadel miniatures, where you just pop it on base and all, and you can just move it around. But then again, are you a true model painter if you haven't accidentally drunk paint water at least once? Oh, and Miyaki Sakura. Watto, friend. Watto. So he says the room was on Steam for a while but got taken off. Did it? Oh, God, I haven't checked. If you haven't seen it, Silent Hill 4 The Room is just pure weird. It was like, Silent Hill 1 was a lovely experiment. Silent Hill 2 kind of hit that psychological horror just spot on, becoming like the foundation for so much that we know today. And then 3 was a bit more shooty actiony gun bang, and 4 was like, you know what? Training wheels are off. Let's make it weird. Lots of ghosts. Lots of ghosts. And they didn't fail. See, yeah, Harmful Rays. I was with you. Like as a kid, Garibaldi biscuits were the squashed fly biscuits. And I'm not trying to diss on your Favor 6 because you have sent us care packages aplenty in the past, of which I'm very grateful. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna put some stickers on these. All right. So the 3 stars goes on the face. Get the logo, and we're gonna do number 2 because of the tri-star, of the black tri-stars. The second one is the sniper, though I forget which pilot is which. Kika says, well, have you played in the Fatal Frame series? Feck, yes. Though I did used to be that elitist wanker back in the day, like, oh, you like horror video games? Fake drag on a cigarette. Well, have you played Fatal Frame? No. Well, you can't really be talking to me about horror. I was unfortunately one of those. Actually, the one that I do want to do a stream of is Dreadout, which is an indie game. Well, I guess it's a lot bigger than just being an indie game now, but it is an indie game very much in the vein of Fatal Frame, because it's apparently either has a sequel coming or has just dropped the sequel. I forget which. Hold me closer, tiny hero. Nope, that is not center. not say you could be there? Like, I don't want to bust out all the fancy stuff just for doing Haro wings. But I have a bottle of like a tiny spritzer bottle, usually for doing stickers. So you spritz a little bit of water and there we go. I like it. You spritz a little bit of water with a tiny bit of soap in on the model. It lets you reposition the sticker. Sorry then. There we go. The ball! Oh, feckin' hell. Yeah, Kika, you're right. I gotta get on it. Yeah, Dread Out 2 dropped like 6 months ago. Moves. Good news. This model does not have knees. For those of you that haven't encountered me when it comes to this stuff, I seem to have this feckin' curse when it comes to knee joints. I don't know what it is. Doesn't matter the robot. When it comes to the knees, something always goes wrong. This does not have knees. It has, you see these little purple little purple faux springs? That's it. No knee joints. Probably why I enjoy building these little Haros. Oh yeah, I built this one before. This is my little wino. Look at his little face. This is the face of a man who drinks. This is also the face of a man who drinks. Kika says, without spoiling anything, I really liked it. Yo, well, I'm looking forward to sharing it with this lot. Because I realised we haven't done a good horror game in a while. We had this one that was kind of like Bioshock meets Norse mythology horror-ish? Oh, so Dread Out 2 came out February 2020. Yo! This is a face of the man who is the moon. So yeah, sorry, I wouldn't be against playing the Fatal Frame stuff, but I need to get a bunch of things to get the PS2 streaming. And the intent was to do it, the intent was to get it all from a local company called Pink Gorilla. Because the guy, the guy who co-owns it with his partner, also streams and has been real good to us. Did us a couple of raids back in the day. And so I'd rather buy local than buy from like Amazon and stuff where I can. And I can justify it as a work purchase, so. Alright. And where does little Haro get stickers? Gets the sticker on the cheek there. Cool. This is the face of a man who have. Oh dear God, where's his face? Kika saying they got Fatal Frame 1 and 2 from Pink Gorilla. Nice. There's also that cute little, like, faux record shop up from one of the Pink Gorillas, which you and I did hang out in. Oh yeah, got it. I was like, wait a second, we were in there at the same time, together. But, yeah, so sorry, I've still got the PS2 and all the stuff that you sent over there. We might have to get a different PS2 to make it work, because that one's PAL region. But I'm keeping it because I keep everything you lot send. And God, there's so many weird PS2 games I'd love to share you. Yeah, Kika, that was the day we hung out and window shopped because neither of us had money for games. You know you're hanging out with indie friendos when you're like, hey, don't worry, I can get us both a pint. Kika's like, please do. I love some PS2 games. Yeah, so Kika, that would be feckin' rad. That would be feckin' rad. Like, sorry, I don't mean to turn the conversation on to just me and Kika, but like, yo, you're an industry cool kid. So I always feel a little bit like, it's this thing I get with a few friendos that I don't talk to them about streaming stuff or about hanging out and things because I don't want them to think I'm just hanging out with them to farm them for their fame or their connections. Sorry, let's get his little like 3-star beauty mark. Yeah, look at that. Look at that little face. And Kika, I have played Drakengard. Holy feck, we got into a huge conversation about it last week because they're showing more and more stuff for the remake of Nier. And even though it's Brother Nier, not Papa Nier, which is an inferior choice in my mind, we were talking about the whole of how Drakengard locks into Nier. Fucking hell. But the thing is, I don't want to start talking too much about how Drakengard and Nier lock in, because OG Nier is by no means like, you know how Nier Automata has a lot of endings and some of those endings hit like a dump truck? The original Nier is no exception. Some of those endings are much more difficult to achieve, and I really appreciated what they did for Automata of making the endings more accessible. But feckin' yo. Kika says, are you going to talk about the Nier Automata stage plays? God, I love them. And, okay, Brother Nier is cuter, but, I don't know, Papa Nier, it's a different relationship by changing the character from a brother to a father. Oh, and sorry, that's kind of you. You're right, I shouldn't think of everything about just streams. And that was very kind of you to send that across.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Who's that? Now, Roth, you feckin'
All
ledge.
systems nominal.
Beep boop.
Beep boop indeed. What ho, friend. We're making Gundams today. The internet could crap out at any time, so we're making Gundams. Come pull up a chair, friend. Moo says there have been some comments that the remake sells well. They might make the father version as DLC. Okay. And Utopia Heart, it's only the first generations of PS3s that have that backwards compatibility. I believe there's like a dongle or something. Also, Nowroth, you stole the Yaldum. Well done, friend. Well done. And those OG PS3s are pricey now for that very reason. Alright, let's pop the face on this. Huddle. Huddle, 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 huddle. Is it better on here? It's a little better on here. Huddle, 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 huddle. Look at this ball. Look at this ball. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think there's nothing it couldn't defeat? I know. Leave the singing for the pros. Oh, Salem makes a good point. The launch Oi, don't roll away. I have need of you. Alright, there we go. Sit you on your side till you learn to behave. Oh, Kika, I'm so sorry. Kika's saying their PS3 disc reader died before they got to play the Zone of the Enders collection. No. God, there's so many ones. Oh, Kitsuno, no! I want to give you a hug after that comment. Kitsuno's saying, so once we support them financially, we get to see the father. Huh, now it sounds like my real father. I'm like, no. Kika's asked if we streamed Beyond Good and Evil. No, we've not. Like, there's a bunch of classics we haven't got into. Twitch is really weird about classic games. Some of them seem to do real well. Some of them do seem to be ones people want to watch. But a lot of them end up being... a lot of the more obscure retro, it's... Twitch doesn't do a good job of making them known. Sorry, that is an excellent question. So Sorry was asking what makes the kind of the Japanese style of horror games spooky. I mean, things like Fatal Frame. I mean, it's more prevalent now. Like, people are making more and more different styles of horror games. But the reason why Fatal Frame did it so well was rather than being like an oiled space marine with a gun, you're a schoolgirl with rickety knees and a camera. That's it. The tools you have at your disposal to fight back against the great evil are very, very limited. And as we learned from like Clock Tower and stuff like that, like the more you empower your user, the less scared of the thing they become. You know, by the time you get the BFG, Doom is not a scary experience. Oh, and Bacon Avenger, you're not wrong. The conversion cables are things that we can acquire. It's just getting hold of them. And like I said, I was more waiting until Pink Gorilla was open because we're gonna go. Excuse me. I was gonna go on over, pick up the cables. Like, I love perusing, especially the PS2 collections, because, oh boy, when you get off the beaten track, the PlayStation 2 had some absolute weird gems. EXO, I have a Samsung of some description. I believe an Edge thing. So yeah, so sorry, I think it was the change in perspective for a lot of those early Japanese horror games was what did it. Like, you had very little that you could do in the space to defend yourself. At most, run away a bit. And if you want to see the best example, the SNES version of Clock Tower, one of the scariest ass games I've played. Sorry, I am not a beacon of health today. Oh, I'm just gonna clean up the arms from where I did the inking last night. Yeah, everyone does. The SNES version of Clock Tower, which did not have the FMV cutscenes and stuff, was actually much scarier because of it. Now, the thing that Clock Tower did was you just played as a little girl. You were a little girl that was very sickly, and you could run a little bit sometimes. And it did a lot of the things that would become synonymous with horror games, like having an iconic noise that announces the monster or villain ahead of time, giving you enough time to hide. What was cool about it though is it let you bug out at any point. But if you wanted to actually finish the game, if you wanted to see the ending, you had to save all of your sisters and be a good protagonist. But literally, there was nothing stopping you in Clock Tower from getting in the car and just driving them away. And I've always appreciated that. Because how many times have we all seen a horror movie where we're like, you know what? At this point, in this movie, I'd just be feckin' gone. I'd be a little dot in the distance, you know what I'm saying? Sorry. I'm doing that thing where the camera's in the wrong place for you to see me cutting stuff. Sheep. Why am I being a dingus? I have the entire desk is mine. I can move shit. I'm allowed to. Sorry. So if I move this over here, and we just move the camera over this way, I mean, you can see a little bit of it here, but it should stop me from forgetting to show you the things which I'm trying to show you. Yeah, and JP, it's not too dissimilar from Far Cry 4's ending, but the thing is, the Far Cry... Yo! Okay, whoever that was that just picked up something on the Humble Bundle, you are a feckin' legend, and thank you. Oh, it was J-Post. The Humble plug-in and play for $1. Nice. Thank you kindly. Yeah, so the thing about Far Cry 4 is that weird ending is kind of non-intuitive, but in horror movies, the idea of running the feck away is somewhat intuitive. The thing that a lot of people say, well, right, you know, if I was the protagonist in this situation, I'd get the feck out of Dodge. You know what I mean? Okay, so we need the A1s and the hands. All right. Also, I need to do my fingernails again. The last vestiges of my old fancy nails gone. Lost to the four corners. I mean, I've mostly been using I've mostly been using old leftover Gundam Do you mind? Tiny ball! No! Sorry. I've mostly been using Gundam decals to do me fancy nails. And EXO, I wouldn't agree with that one. Like, the alternate ending to Far Cry 4, I won't spoil its content, but basically, all you have to do to proc it is at the beginning, you're on a bus. Paganman comes in and says, wait right there, and then starts pulling people off the bus and just killing them. If you just sit there for 10 minutes, boof, ending. And I think that was a really powerful move, you know? I think it works real well. It was more that with Clock Tower, it's that thing that we all wish we could do in horror movies, which is just go, oh, hell no, and just book it out of there. I was very disappointed with, what was the last one with 5? Just because, like, gameplay-wise, it did the shooty gun bang very well, and you had a friend dog. But in terms of what it was trying to say and what it was trying to do, it just left me feeling a bit, wheh, you know? Like... Sorry, it's just that thing of when devs have the opportunity to do something that says something, you know what I mean? And they choose to kind of softly it. I'm sure you've all seen the thing, the stuff that Rami has posted about the 6 days in, I'm going to pronounce it wrong, so please forgive me, but the 6 days in Fallujah game that's apparently being brought back out of development hell. But they say they have stated that it's not going to be a political game. They have said thusly in interviews, and my very English reaction feels to be like, "Are you having a laugh, mate?" But no, apparently it's not a political game at all. Alright, so pop his little arms on. Oh, look. Hello, Haro. I like him with the little jumping jacks. Sorry, I missed Utopia Heart's comments. Sometimes, so Utopia Heart was saying, sometimes I really think about my older consoles I used to have. I used to have a PS2 and have a Wii, but I got rid of them to make room for new consoles. But now I miss them, and I'm really worried I won't be able to get that new one, because they stopped making them. I mean, Wii's and PS2s, thankfully, were massively selling consoles, so they're not too hard to acquire. So, you should be onto a winner there. Like, you should be able to acquire those again without breaking the bank. But I feel like the Wii is one of those consoles that it's suddenly going to become very scarce, just out of nowhere. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I gotta do his little feedies. And yes, the Iraq War, famously not political. And it's okay to make political games. I mean, feck. It's okay to deconstruct these parts of our history through video games. Joe Foyles, Watto. Hello, hello. Because the internet is being a bad word today, we are building Gundams in case it breaks and then I have to switch to my phone. Oh, well, Joe, we should be streaming tomorrow, so stop on in so we can wish you a proper happy birthday, yo. Final Phoenix says I still have my original PS2, but I think the disc drive's on the way out. Ah, yes. The limitations of physical hardware. And EXO, I do remember the controversy over hatred to the game. And I feel like, I don't know, I don't even want to get into it. It was a game made by some reprehensible people on a topic that really was just in poor taste. But it was one of those games that, if you looked at what it was saying artistically, it was a bit, ugh. But gameplay-wise, it was just trash. See, JP, correct. The way to do it, Spec Ops The Line. Now, Spec Ops The Line is more a commentary on us, rather than necessarily on war as a whole. But it does speak to how we dramatize war in video games. You know, it has us doing very video gamey things and then going, but what if you did this to real people, like actually holding us accountable? Which, I think there's something powerful there. Sorry, and I know it's very easy for someone like me to talk about the 6 days in Fallujah game. I've never served. The chances of me serving, if I end up in a formal military organization, the world has gone very, very, very wrong. And I'm also never going to be in a position where I have to make decisions at that level. Like, I often joke that, like, being in video games means I don't have to worry about people. Like, if I do a bad job at work, maybe some keys don't get sent out. Maybe I don't contact the right people. These days, it's like, if I have a bad day, then unfortunately I will probably upset you lot, or I don't do a stream that I feel is good. But nobody dies. I've never had that level of responsibility, so it's very easy for me to be an arty-farty numpty over here and be like, well, here's how I think you should deconstruct the horrors of war in a video game. You know what I'm saying?
Who wants to sing?
Oh, Exo, thank you for the host. So, like, I don't mean to speak for people who have served. But to make a game based on that particular part of history, like, you need to get nuanced. Like, you need to be ready to go at it. And, I mean, the commentary around it would probably be incredibly volatile, but the value of doing a game based on a very, very weird part of recent history with still, with massive real-world implications, is a chance for games to explore some grown-up topics, you know? Varble says that there's someone they know who did actually fight in Fallujah and they're livid about how the game is being presented. I'm not surprised in the slightest. So Ardoon says, having not played Spec Ops, I think the biggest problem with that game is that it hates being a game. Well, I'd say it's one of those things that definitely play it, and it's now become part of the conversation. The problem is it used popular culture and gaming to tell part of its art. And the thing is, I don't know about you lot, I don't play cover shooters just for the sake of it anymore. I didn't pick up the last Gears of War game. I probably won't. I don't tend to play third-person shooty gunbang just for the sake of. So, Spec Ops hits best when it tells you the least going in. Oh, sorry. We're almost done with Little Haro here. Sorry, who was me nattering? And Katros and Ardoon, sorry, I don't mean to dismiss your points. I know what you mean. Like, to get the worst outcome is to continue doing the thing which you came to it for. So, I understand where you're coming from. And even to get to the point where you're having that conversation with the game, you've got to play a lot of shooty gunbang. There isn't like a pacifist option. So Bacon mentions, so a large portion of the stuff I need to work on is inaccessible due to various outages from weather conditions. But the training on unconscious bias is still reachable. Huh. Tenwin, Watto, friends. We're building Gundams. Well, actually, we're going to build the pot noodle next. So, I'm just finishing off this little Haro while we're just having a natter. The internet has not been working for the last couple of days. So, right now, we're kind of... so we're almost kind of soak testing to see whether or not the interwebs are going to keel over. Sorry, I completely lost my train of thought there. Utopia Heart was saying, if we're talking about games with sort of real life lessons, love Night in the Woods. Yeah, that game hits hard. I do feel though with like with modern military shooters and stuff, that's definitely one of the spheres of gaming in which we could stand to do more. We're not great at representing the realities and the effects of. Like, we don't seem to be able to strike a good balance between the effects and the actions, if that makes a weird sense. Like, I think there's loads of room to explore there. Oh, JP, go get some sleeps, friend. It's lovely hanging out with you. Oh, Kika says they couldn't finish Night in the Woods. It was too real. Yeah, the line about how house buying jobs turned into rent paying jobs turned into second jobs hurt me on a fundamental level. Like, as an individual that will never own a home, I was like, wow, that hurts. So, Tenwin, I don't know if the Surge's discussion of the effects of global warming were necessarily at spot on point, but it is worth saying that the Surge's introduction, how it assumes our bias, especially based on a brown-haired white protagonist, I thought was very good. Oh, Mega Noel's now trying to work out what to uninstall for some Monster Hunter. Feckin' yo, you know I'm all about that. Oh, this is McGray Ink. There's a couple of little bits here and here that the camera is not showing you very well that I want to just touch up so that it has the grey line going through. And then our little Haro is done. Look at them, little Haro buddies. Haro. Haro buddies. And they can hold hands and be like, yo, what up, Haro? And be like, yo, what up with you, Haro? And they'll be like, that's cool. And then they'll go on adventures or some shit. Well, so Varbles, I will add that I am not at my brain peak. But it's one of those things where there's so much to video games that we're still learning. Sorry, Varbles was putting forward that they'd argue that that a shooter, like a first-person shooter, is arguably the wrong genre to explore stuff, like the realities of war, because at the end of the day, you still progress by mowing down people. Yo. I don't think it's impossible, but if you asked me right now how to do it, all I would do is make slow modem dial-up noises, like. That's all you're gonna get from me. I don't have an answer to that statement. I guess I have faith. I have faith in video games. You know, that was one of the things I love about it as a medium, is that so often there's no way anyone could do this until someone does it. You know what I mean? Wait, no. No. I threw away a sprue too early. I just need to pop one of these on the top here. I forgot to do that one of the earlier steps. And Kika, abso-heckin-lutely, feel free to pick my brain about stuff and things after. I mean, if it's something you're comfortable talking about on stream, I'm happy to chat about it now. Like, I mean, the great thing is that recently there have been so many people with industry experience who have stepped into doing streaming and stuff like that as a way to help others. It's great, but it also means I don't have as many people that I help out these days. Makes me feel a little useless sometimes. Hey, Tiny Bot Nendo meets Tiny Gundam, Tiny Horror. EXO, a whole 50 minutes of Nintendo content. What did they talk about? I guess I can bring it up over here. Got my latest. Nothing so far. Okay, so Kika, it's no worry. Kitsuno says, wasn't there some Fallout games that were praised for exploring quite a lot of these topics in a deep way? I mean, New Vegas does a lot of things with some very good writing. Fallout 2 is a whole trip, like in a good way. Trying to think I don't remember 3 exploring anything too heavy-hitting, but that could just be me. Oh, Kitsune was saying it was Fallout 2. Yeah. Sorry, just doing my little inking. Woo! That looks like a complete little line through. Although the white balance plus this little tiny black marble that I'm currently painting does not go well. Narrow said, Fallout 2 the slavery drug thing. Well, it did. It did. Well, okay. I still haven't seen a game that's done drinking or drugs in a manner that makes a logical sense. But... there we go. Kind of made a pig's ear of that one. It's alright. We'll let it dry. I'll come back and clean it later. Oh, and Tenwin, the game you're thinking of is called A Short Hike. And that was. A Short Hike, I kept expecting it to be... A Short Hike is a beautiful game. And sorry, I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't given it a playthrough. I know often avoiding spoilers does kind of hinder a bit of banter, but... I try not to... I try not to willfully spoil experiences that are going to have some impact on someone, you know? Like, talking about shooty gunbangs and games where the experience is... Oh, also... Tiny horror, it's a tiny horror. Wow, that camera makes my arm look tiny, because the angle made my arm look like it was... It's not actually that thin. Yeah, look at that giant fist of victory. And my tattoo from Tia. Fucking yeah. Alright. Hang on, I'll go to main studio, yeah? Look at this tiny Hato. He says hello. And he's going on my desk. Right. Kika still wants to make a fishing game, and through fishing you progress into like an eldritch cosmic horror story. That would be glorious. Some friends were working on one which used like Stardew Valley style mechanics to explore like otherworldly horrors. Fucking grand. There's so much you can do. And this is why I get so excited about video games as a medium, because there's so much you can do. Also, I do keep all the booklets for everything I do, because I get rid of the boxes just due to lack of space. Oh. So friends, I might try eating something. So do you mind if I have a little snack attack while we hang out? Put these over here. Throw the box away later. Because just while we're kind of like chatting and chilling. Sorry, Utopia Heart, I almost missed your comments. Utopia Heart was suggesting, if you want to do a game about the horrors of war, I think it would be interesting to take the perspective of someone who was just caught in the crossfire. Innocent civilian, someone who isn't going pew-pew with the guns. Make it kind of a Last of Us kind of game. Okay. Because I know some people were mentioning, like, This War of Mine, which is a very good example. But This War of Mine's more of a management story game. Okay, so Mechanol has decided rather than going back to Monster Hunter, they're going to do Project Warlock, which is very good, and the Metro series. The Metro series is art and craft. Actually, one of the things that surprises me with the Metro is how well it does with the subtleties. I've always been impressed by that. Alright. I'll keep inflicting chill music upon you all while I crunch away. Alright. Okay, let's see how this Sony goes. Will it stay down? Let's find out together. Jeepers creepers. Well, those peppers are in there. That's whole ass pepper. Whole ass pepper. Look, I'm a spice coward. Don't judge me. Mechana says Metro Last Light was my favorite of the series. Hard agree. Metro 2033 is very well done. The way in which they... So actually, I feel this is relevant to the conversation. What the Metro games do is they present you with a very tried and true formula. It is a post-apocalyptic wham. You have a gun. You are the person, you know, the ranger, the chosen one, the vault dweller, whatever. You are the something. And... Oh. Dustin saying, Spice Coward is named my Butthole Surfer's Lullaby album. You're welcome to it, friend. You're welcome to it. But the things that the Metro series does with, like, mechanics and story... Actually, I'll move this out of the way, because it's not like you'll need a fucking close-up of me Sani. Look at this. Yeah, Kika, take your time. I'm gonna eat and chat with everybody. Like I said, today's a soak test. So we're hanging out, quiet day. We built one Gundam, we're gonna start another. It's gonna be glorious. Yeah, what the Metro series does so well mechanically, I continue to think about. Metro Exodus, the first section is definitely the best part of it. And it's interesting because narratively, the bad ending is much more in tone than the good ending. But honestly, the Metro games aren't really about the endings, it's about the journey. And you'd think a game with a train, that would be feckin' obvious, but I felt it needed saying. Sorry. Bartender was like, BRB, will I go burn down our financial systems? That's a joke, FBI! Please no visit. Then Baron Ransat's like, knock, 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 knock. Actually, there we go. You don't need to see me eat this sandwich in super high def. Oh. Actually, Mechanoel, that's one I need to do a day on. Yo! Whoever that was that picked up a game on the Humble Store, thank you kindly. Again, I know I say this a lot, because I know it's a pain in the ass that rather than just buying it on Steam, you go, get the partner link, find the game, go through it. So, I am grateful. Because, yo, Humble looks after us, and they're on there with the list of stuff keeping us alive. But yeah, Mechanoel, Call of Juarez Gunslinger, incredible game. Which is weird, because wasn't it the Cartel, the follow-up to that, was an absolute, like, trash fire disaster. Trying to remember. Anyway, I don't know if it probably has, because I know the Steam sale is finished. Let's see if the Epic Store is still doing it. Because they were doing a big sale on the Metro series. Also, there's going to be some cracking games free on Epic in like the next couple days. Favor 6, no! Favor 6 saying they would buy Evil Genius 2 on Humble, but they were weak and pre-ordered. Do not pre-order, my friends. Do not pre-order. Stay strong. Stay strong. Oh yeah, so on the 18th is Rage 2 and Absolute Drift Zen. But it does look like they've stopped doing the... Oh, no. It looks like the sale's still going on for a few days because if I search for Metro... Yeah, so if you desperately need to get the Metro series today, you absolutely could. And they're all like 75 and 60% off. Metro Exodus for 16 quid, like, Of the 3 games, it is not the hardest hitting, but it's an incredible experience. I feel like with Exodus, I wanted it to be something it wasn't, and that's on me, you know what I mean? I wanted Metro Exodus to have kind of more of a base building home feeling to the train, and it didn't do that, but it did a lot of other things good. You know what I mean? And sorry, I know what you mean. Like, trying new games and things is a consistent challenge. I'm lucky enough that I do this, which forces me to do different games every day. I tell you though, I am done with fighting games. Not that they have done anything wrong, but I am now too old and too much of a pisshead to take up a new fighting game. And MDH, I'm going to agree with Lecter. In a choice between pizza, burger, and gyros. Gyros. Like, a good pseudo kebab right there. And, well, Mega Noel, you want to talk about the best fighting game of all time. It is clearly Guru Mark of the Wolves. But the thing is, being the best fighting game doesn't make it the most popular. Harmful Race still never had a kebab. I mean, feck, I wouldn't know how to tell the difference between a good kebab place and a terrible kebab place in the UK. New Zealand blew my tiny mind because all the Turkish places would do a kebab that tastes like how you imagine they do when you're drunk. Oh, feckin' glorious. Oh, and Caffeine, we'll see you in a bit, friend. We'll keep you company through the snopocalypse. Oh, and sorry, Greenfire, River City Girls is glorious. I'm saving that one for when someone can actually come round and we can, like, tear into it. Because I find with those kind of games, I get a little... Did I just punch myself in the face? I think I might have. Okay. I'm feeling much better, friends, but apparently I'm not 100%. Salen's like, wow, a lot of you seem to be having trouble spelling Soul Calibur. Are you alright? Katros, I do not know what's up with me today. Friends, if it wasn't for Fiona, I probably wouldn't be here chatting to you lot. Like, what she did this morning was necromancy. Like, she managed to apply coffee and the outside world in a manner that brought me back from death. Sorry, I'm sorry. Sorry for saying kebabs are off the menu. The unfortunate thing about the human condition is that if you get super duper sick on something, your body's like, never again. God, it's like me and Sambuca. I'll never be able to drink it again. Lizzie's like, is this discussion TOS friendly? I mean, here I am tucking into Asani, so... I don't know, we'll say, like, for as much as I occasionally whinge about missing stuff from Britain, we got banh mi today, and banh mi is super cheap as well. Even, like, I think Fiona had one of those, like, free delivery vouchers. But, like, these are only a few bucks a pop, and they're glorious. Like... Oh, talking about what Fiona did to wake me up this morning. Put coffee close enough that I could smell, but just out of reach. and then made sure that I didn't go back to sleep. Yeah, Tarl's in the same can't drink vodka because of it, but... Oh, no! Oh, Tenwin has the same with caviar. They have caviar on a tube, which is super cheap, salty, and after an accident involving that, eggs, and a car, I can't eat it anymore. Oh, no! Oh, no! Yeah, Katros, I think my hand attacked me. What was I nattering on about? Before we got onto foods and whatnot. Oh yeah, well, if you want some Metro Exodus stuff, I do actually have the Metro Exodus DLCs. If anyone fancies trundling through some Dirtlecert with me. But I do remember that Metro Exodus is one of the games that peeps just did not enjoy watching, and that's okay. One of the challenges of doing this professionally is finding the games that are good and are also either good to watch or good as like a conversation starter, as opposed to games which I just kind of inflict upon you. Hashtag Devil Daggers all day, every day. Oh, and Tenwin, that's entirely okay. Like, one does not need to be able to play all games. And, yeah, the existential elements within Soma can really mess with your head. So, I'm not saying that we should avoid art that challenges us. It's... What is it that they speak? Everything in moderation, everything in balance. Except for drinking. That one should balance one's exploration of artistic ideals with not wrecking one's mental health. Mechanoel with, I had that same issue with Skyrim. Had a bit for Christmas, couldn't get up for a week. Can't touch the stuff. Yeah, a little bit of Skyrim just kept me up for days. Still feel it. Kestrel, Watto friend. I'm doing better. We had a very shaky start. The internet is so far held out. So we built a tiny kingdom. And we're considering building a pot noodle after this. How are you? How to make a tit of yourself live on the internet. We're starring Will Overguard. And you're right, Gadros, I should practice safe eating. But I get so excited because I get to talk to you lot. And then... food goes everywhere. Mistakes are made. Oh, lordy, lordy. So, Kestrel, how goes your day? As we were saying earlier, Fiona managed to master necromancy to get me functioning today, which I'm very grateful for. And it's taken us a little while to get here, but we're just having a natter and building some Gundams. Woo! Kestrel's doing okay. Got snow, lots of it. Ooh, snow. Sorry, Kestrel, I'm still a child when it comes to snow. Like, I go from like, ah yes, this is weather to feckin' wee in seconds. Right, it's heating up here now, so the snow's gonna be gone by tonight, but it's been a glorious few days. It's been a glorious few days. me a second. Oh, Dustin, well done, well done. Dustin's about to 100% the Glass Masquerade, then I'm about to move into the second one. That's the stained glass window puzzle game, right? Utopia Hard says, if we're talking about games with a challenge, I feel like a cool game if there was a built-in personality test, and doing the test would lead you down a path of that game that would pick apart your personality and challenge you. See, I really like that idea. A few games have somewhat dabbled with it. I believe there was a horror game recently that did a personality quiz at the beginning to work out your fears. And also, it's something I've been thinking about ever since I first played the old Ultima games. Monster Prom, you mean? Way back in the day. For the mid to late Ultima games, instead of creating a character, you'd be presented with a bunch of moral questions, and your choices of them would then shape the character that you had. And I always thought it was interesting they never did much in the way of callback, that was just their character creation. Kind of like a more complicated version of Fallout 3 and 4's character creation, you know, where you do like the personality quiz, like as a child growing up. But sans the ability to change your answers at the end. Catros is saying that Silent Hill Shattered Memories claims to tweak its content according to the psychological test at the beginning. Interesting. See, now, this is where we get into an interesting question, which is, how do you pose the questions in such a way that the user answers honestly? Because we've all played those, which giant robot slash, member of the cast of Seinfeld slash Naruto character are you quizzes. And it's very difficult to pose a set of questions like that aren't leading. As much as I do not want to support J.K. Rowling, the horrendous human that she is, even indirectly. But unfortunately, the best one of those personality tests that I've encountered was actually Pottermore, which is made by a third party, but is now part of the... Was it with Warner Brothers? I forget. Anyway, just didn't want it to seem like I was supporting her. Anyway, the Pottermore tests for which house of Harry Potter or which feckin' wand and stuff you have are very good. And at least, I believe it's the Patronus quiz. I was looking into the back-end stuff when I was talking to Flourish, who you might remember was the community advisor. And one of the things that we found out was very interesting is that the Patronus quiz took into consideration how long you deliberated. So it wasn't just which of these three scenarios do you feel, are you wolf, are you thing that involves a wolf, thing that involves a rabbit, thing that involves, a tire iron. Your Patronus ends up being like a Honda Civic. But it takes into consideration how long you think about it, which we know users, if they don't think they're on the clock, will take their time to try and game the answers. If you could somehow incorporate elements like that into how you delve into the person. The only other one that springs to mind for like really good psychological query is Catherine. Now, Catherine is not a perfect game. It has a lot of problems. And the psychological questions only work if you're a straight bloke. Like, they're poised at, like, guys dating gals in a traditional monogamous style. So, if you add any kind of variation on that, the questions do not work. And I would love for a game to do more of that, but for everyone, not just for people who look like myself. Anyway, it asks you some brutally honest questions. But what's interesting about it is it then tells you how many other people answered. So Utopia, this is one of the challenges of game creation, is to make a system like that would drastically influence the whole game in a good way. You'd never be able to talk about it in marketing. Like, I know we all know this, but I like referencing it. Resident Evil 4 had dynamic difficulty scaling. So depending on how much the game was kicking your ass, it would subtly give you some more equipment. A little bit more ammo here. It might tweak the enemy's health down a little bit here. Nothing drastic, but just enough to get you over those difficult humps. However, if that was announced to the user, it would detract from their experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are large swaths of game systems that once the users become aware of them, they're like, oh, that's not fun. Because it's the intellectual idea of them. All games are obfuscation. Like, every game is a complicated simulacrum of some description. But that feeling that you're in that experience, or the feeling that it's your experience, is very important to hold on to. Oh, Jackal, yeah, Until Dawn, there's a very good example. I want to do that with Fiona at some point. Yeah, painfully dyslexic. Players don't like to be babied. They do not. No one likes to feel like the game is kind of like patting him on the head and going, oh, aren't you good? Actually, head pats are rad, let's be fucking honest. A better example, but when you overcome elements in titles, that victory is yours, and to find out that the system was subtly tweaked behind the scenes to make it easier for you can detract from it. Sorry. Yeah. Kestrel, I guess all I needed was a good sarnie and some coffee and water in my system. I'm back using the big words. Ooh. Kestrel, I'm desperately trying to remember which of the Mario games was the one that threw that in. Oh, and Graphite was just saying a friend of theirs encountered the dynamic scaling difficulty in Resi 4. When they found out that it was there, oh boy, they were angry. Yeah. I'm not saying those systems are bad, but they have to be hidden from the player. Oh, Kitsuno. We talked about this a lot, either last week or the week before. But yeah, Capcom's whole thing where if you died multiple times, it'd be like, do you need us to turn easy mode on? Now, that's a situation where a dynamic scaling would have worked wonders. But then with Devil May Cry, at very least, they focused a lot on score. So that's another kettle of monkeys right there. Just to be clear, I'm all for these systems. Let people feel like they are having these glorious victories. Give them a little help along. You know, you never want to see what's behind the Dungeon Master screen, right? Allow players to push on through elements. And Katros was said when they found out that Ratchet and Clank had those systems, they just loved the games more. Yeah. Uh-huh. So, Abby Masashi, what ho? I'm sorry you can't sleep, friend. Come hang out and chat. We're gonna build a cup noodle in a sec. And Gus Kestrel, you nearly made me spit out some of my sarnie there with, yep. DMs do keep some weird stuff behind those screens. I just imagine, like, a writhing hand full of tentacles and something that vibrates ominously. Now, I don't want to get into the difficulty conversation because it's a deep, dark conversation that very rarely ends with good resolutions. But I did want to say that, like, I'm all for scaling difficulty and accessibility. I do not mind games where the premise is the challenge. But when you think about the title and the way you want to... the kind of experience you want to convey... does it have to be something that... So take Yakuza, for example. I don't think that winning the fights of your own volition is necessary to convey the experience. Especially considering that your character is meant to be hard as nails. And that there's so much to that game beyond just pure violence. You know what I mean? It's a game you can lose yourself in for a month. So when you start thinking about it like that, like, what is the story the Yakuza games try to tell? You know what I mean? And at what point would you need to have a challenge that the user couldn't overcome? Anyway, just a little thought exercise, you know? Because with Resident Evil, you want to have that feeling of, like, Dawn of the Dead, hordes of zombies, or that kind of, like, alone in the dark. It's just you, your trusty pistol, and your flashlight. You don't know what monsters lurk around the corner. And it's... the experience it's trying to convey. If it occasionally, like, sneaks a box of ammo behind your feeties and then returns between the heads, so you're like, oh man, I was almost super dead, but now I've got 9 bullets left. And that's exactly what you need to get through that section. Or it's like, oh wow, I completely forgot I had this healing item. I'm finally gonna make it. You're still getting that experience of horror. You're still getting that, oh god. Because, and this is where the flavor to taste comes, you can take it the other way. You could be Billy Big Bollocks throughout the first part of the game being like, kablamf, 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 zombies dead. And the game could be like, ah, this one knows what they're doing. I shall cause problems on purpose. You know? Now, I'm not saying you need to go to the same levels as Receiver 2, but that was one of the things I did find interesting is, like, on the first level of Receiver, your gun works fine. But by the time you get to level 5, that thing is breaking and jamming and getting things... It suddenly becomes like a survival horror because you're panicked trying to clear the chamber of your pistol while drones are flying at your face like, oh god! Making you feel like, I don't know, like a concert pianist in a trench. It's great. Oh, Amy was saying they followed stream and played Yakuza minicar racing for well over an hour. Yeah. Like, we will have our own Yakuza adventure. I'm so happy that the Yakuza series is finally getting its dues, you know? I guess I need to wait a little bit more before we do a stream of a Yakuza game. We might do Like a Dragon. Because I've loved the Yakuza series since the first one on PS2. And I've spent a large proportion of my adult life telling people, yo, if you like this, you've got to play the Yakuza series. One of the things I bonded with one of my previous flatmates on is he and his friend could read enough Japanese to play imported ones. So I watched them go through the Sengoku Jidai Yakuza game, where you got to race turtles and play Chohan, and you're there kind of like walking, stomping around, and your Yakuza looking all cool. Like, I've loved that series for years. And I'm trying not to be the, well, I was into it before you were, because I'm cool, wanker in the conversations, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying desperately not to be that. So I need to give it a little more time. Kestrel's like, how hard is it really to race a turtle? I mean, from the perspective of other turtles. Kisa says, like a dragon might be a good choice. You can take a moment to read and then get wrapped up in the combat. Good point. And you can use your phone to summon crawfish to mess up someone's day. Utopia's like, have you heard the story of the man who brought bagpipes to Normandy? I feel like this is the start of a Pun Spectre style joke. Yeah, feck him up with some crayfish. Yeah, just like, I'm sorry, wait. Kestrel says, I'd rather use my phone to summon a concert pianist. That's probably a thing in the game. There's also, what was the one? I want to say, was it Justice? The Judgment. Painfully dyslexic. We're in tune. We're in sync. That was one that I really wanted to. No, and it's like, I don't need an entry point to the Yakuza games. I need to do one that, for me, it won't be my entry into the Yakuza games. I didn't discover them in the last couple years, and I'm very happy they are selling well. I need something weird and different, even from a Yakuza standard. Like, I don't think Yakuza 0? Sorry, I don't think... Is it Yakuza 0? No, it is... Beck! What's the zombie one? Like, that's one I would show you all, because that's just nonsense. Yakuza Dead Souls. Thank you, Katros. Oh, no, so Caffeine says it's not a joke. Dude charged into Normandy with a kilt, the broadsword. Strong. Oh, and painfully dyslexic meant for people who generally haven't played it. Good point. But yeah, Judgment is one I'd like to do a stream on for sure. Oh, feck. Actually, Caffeine, I had heard of this person because you told me. There we go. I actually knew the thing because you'd already told me. God, I completely lost my train of thought. Oh yes, I'm trying not to be the I was into it before it was cool wanker. Nobody likes that person. Nobody likes that person. What does it even achieve? Actually, I wonder. I don't know if the Fish of the North Star game is a good stream game, but I'm definitely down for Like a Dragon. We have so many to get through though, friends. Like we've got the next Blackwell game to get through. God, what was the other one I was saving for you, lovely people? Oh, also I saw that .hack, the .hack GU series, was on Super Whooper sale. So I think I got it for like $4 or something. So, because we were talking about fake video games, and it's definitely one to show you all. Maybe not to play through repeatedly, but... also, I finally got Ghost of a Tale, so I'm really looking forward to showing you that. Ghost of a Tale is the What If Redwall but good? No, sorry, the Redwall books are good. So far, no one's managed to make a good Redwall video game. God. Yeah, sorry, I just, there was a bunch of super cheap titles that I've been wanting to share with you all for a while. And I was like, feck it. I'm not getting any poorer. And Rakami, well done. Sorry, Rakami says they just got back from making their friend play Cave Story. Did they play through it? Did you inflict upon them the hell ending? Because I've still not gotten it. I've still not beaten that bloody head. Sorry, this has just turned into like a preview stream. Will talks about all the things he's going to stream at you in the future. Caffeine says they heard a rumor about a Netflix version of Red Bull potentially being made. Yep, fingers crossed. The Netflix adaptations are so wildly different in quality. Like, at one end, you have Castlevania, and at the other, you have Dragon's Dogma. Now, Rakami has told their friend about the true ending, and they're looking to finish it tomorrow unless hell ending stops them. I don't want to speak for their abilities, but it might be a day and change. Oh yeah, and so for those of you who didn't hear about Dragon's Dogma getting a Netflix adaptation, it's because it's awful. It's very bad. Like, Ardoon says that Dragon's Dogma is about as good as the Americanized Death Note. Alright, Ardoon, please don't throw shoes at me, but I think Dragon's Dogma is worse. Because I realized that you can watch the American adaptation of Death Note just for Willem Dafoe's Ryuk, which he does perfectly. And if you think of it as a prequel, like this is what he does before he gives the book to Light, it works really well. It's not a good movie, and it misses all of the nuances and all of the subtleties that made Death Note stand out. Amy says, are we talking about the anime adaptation or the live action? Wait, is there a live action Dragon's Dogma? No! No! Live action Dragons Dogma. I know you're listening to me all the time, computer. Okay, no, we're good, we're good. Megan was like, I heard Willem Dafoe's rear. You heard what you wanted to hear. Okay. Harper Char. Ah, could like be little salad-eating buddies. Ripper, must you destroy everything? Okay. Little big man. How you doing, little big man? Getting a num-nums. Getting some good stuff? Harper Char. How's your little eye doing, buddy? You just living his little best life right there. Thank you for providing food. I feel like I just came back from the dead proper.
Always, I gotta hold it so I don't drop all of this stuff. Let's get in some parsley. Eating the salad.
Mate, you know how to pack that away. I'm just destroying that parsley. Good little big man. Oh yeah, and Ardoon. Sorry, yeah. It was the live action Death Note and the anime, the live action Death Note and the anime of Dragon's Dogma. Although I will say the Gintama Hot Pot episode is the best version of Death Note.
Oh yeah, little big man. He did one whole eat. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Oh, little happy snacky sounds.
Okay. Let's say goodbye.
You say, just come over for a little snack, big man?
Just come over for a little snack. He's looking for me. He's like, oh, I don't see anymore.
Little chewy.
Oh,
My little big man. Bestest little cuddle mug.
Yes. Ah.
Is this food?
This is fingy, not food. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. See you later, big man. You gonna stay out the river? You gonna hang out with us? You gonna hang out? On patrol? Look, everybody wants to say hello. River doesn't hang out here so much anymore since the Nuggets showed up. She feels the need to do that. You hear the squeaking. Oh yeah, and Kika, I am a big Gintama fan. I've been watching it. God, I think I fell off the episodes when I moved to New Zealand. Oh, hang on. Excuse the rustling for a second. I fell off, yeah, just before I moved to New Zealand. So I'm behind, but I feckin' love Gintama. It's so clever. And for such a ridiculous premise, it weaponizes it for, like, to make you feel things. And it is also, and I understand that this is a very hotly contested issue, and not necessarily the thing you should focus on, but Gintama has done the single best penis joke of all time, and it's a 3-episode setup to one knob joke, and it is the pièce de résistance of genital humor. Oh, Kika saying, so the series wrapped up a couple years ago. Alright, I'll have to catch the last few episodes. Oh, and Casper, how are you doing? What, friend? Right, that was Perun, who is the littlest cuddle nug. Kika, I couldn't even tell you which arc it was. All the standout episodes just blur together. Sorry, if you haven't seen Gintama, it is a bizarre premise that is weaponized. Yeah, as Painfully Dyslexic says, and it can go from poo jokes to, like, absolutely real raw feels like that. The premise is we are following...
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Swolmaz, how are you doing, you feckin' ledge? Okay, thank you for 3 months, yo. How are you doing? We've been... Oh, Kika, I would love to do... well, I'd have to first learn to say it proper, because I keep saying Gintama. I don't know, interrupt away. Swalls, we're doing very well over here. Had a bit of a slow start today, wasn't batting for 100, but honestly, we built this little bloke, this little Haro. He's like, oh hello, it is me. I'm a tiny ball. I'm gonna come hang out with all of you lot. I just ate a sandwich. I know, rip-roaringly exciting entertainment, and now we're just having a natter. If we're still building stuff, we're going to be making the cup noodle kit. I have a Gundam model kit of a 1-to-1 scale cup noodle. And Kika, it's one of those things where, like, I know the correct pronunciation, but when I read it, my brain does a, wait, is it said like this or like this? Just old-fashioned dyslexic nonsense. It's one of those things where I have to not look at it. Yeah. Yeah, Ami Musashi, I love the fact that it says, do not pour hot water on this. Don't eat it, you numpty. Yes, we know it's made of plastic. Still, don't eat it. Yeah, they decided, are we going to do an ink wash for the noodles? Decisions. But yeah, Kika, I'd love to do just like a breakdown of that. But yeah. Gintama as a show presents you with a comedy premise, a ridiculous thing that aliens visit Earth. And initially, the modernization brought by the aliens causes an uprising of the Japanese populace in kind of like a pseudo-sci-fi Meijin Restoration / Boshin Rebellion style moment. And it is the samurai caste that rose up were soundly defeated. Oh yeah, they visit during the Edo period. Very important. Anyway, samurai caste soundly defeated, and now we're in the future where aliens and humans live together, and we follow Jin and his little group of friendos and his odd jobs shop where he does odd jobs for people. This is a show that contains giant nonsensical duck, spaceships, our lead titular character beating the snot out of people with a wooden sword. And yet, when it wants to, it hits you like a dump truck with feelings. It uses humor to emotionally anchor you to characters, and then, bam, for making you feel stuff. Also, Vanderbeest, I am sorry I missed that, because that was incredible. Sorry, when I was talking about the knob gag, Vanderbeest called it the... No, you know what? I can't even do it without laughing. Oh yes, and Kiko, you're right. It has some of the best openings and endings. Oh feckin' hell. The What's It Alien opening and Mr. Raindrop are still my favourites. And it's also the source of most of the internet GIFs that I use. Sorry, that was me like drifting off on the ether being like, yeah, Gintama is feckin' glorious. I watched some of the live action stuff and I feel like the live action production needed just a little bit more of a budget for more of the ridiculousness. But oh god, yeah, the Shinsengumi Crisis arc was... Wait, is that when they blink forward and they have the two different factions and... Oh, yeah. MDH writes, do not ask me to explain bo because I can't. I have seen it, I can't explain it. Kika, I'm glad I'm not the only one. So Kika was saying they also feel that they had the right people for the live action versions, but they needed more money. Just because they managed to get the comedy on point, but it felt like they needed more production value for stuff like Elizabeth and things. Elizabeth is the duck. If you've ever seen... You know what? I think I've got like a bunch of different ones I use for alerts here anyway, so... Oh. Alright, so friendos. We're coming up on 3 hours. I need more water and more coffee. So, would you be deeply offended if we took a teeny tiny break? Now, we could do some Mosh Pit Simulator if you all wish to shove each other around and get silly, because we haven't done that in a while. Plus, it stops you all doing anything interesting while I'm away. Shut up! Oh my god! Ardoon said, did anyone else's connection drop when he started going bo? Oh, Vanderbeest is in for the pit. Alright! So, give you all a little something to play with. It gives me a chance to go get a cuppa while we return. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna come and grab stuff. The claw. Sorry, I had a little freeze there because Ardoon, while the bitrate and streaming isn't showing any problems, my preview for some weird reason in Twitch has just gone to like 10. Like, not 1080, but 10p. It's a series of very blurry pixels. And I'm still worried that the internet's gonna crap the bed. Alright. Pokejams. Take a breather, take a beat. King of the Pit. Okay, so if you haven't played this before, this is just a little, like, mini game to faff around with. In a sec, Longship Bot will prompt you to see if you want to create... Wait, we'll do 1 minute, Reg. We'll prompt you to see if you want to join the mosh. All you need to do is type !dance when Longship Bot asks you to, and that will enable you the ability to create your mosh sona. And that's it. Last person standing wins. Sadly, I don't have any keys to give away for this one, so you're fighting for honor and for glory. All right, friendos, let's get this started. And I am going to go get a cuppa. Yeah, we haven't done a mosh in a while, Caffeine. We haven't.
Interesting things are strictly forbidden during moshes.
Hello, hello. I'm so sorry for leaving you all to wait. Oh no! Nobody wishes to mosh. That is okay. Okay, just gonna go. Tameri, good evening to you. Thank you all for waiting, friends. I do apologise for being gone as long as I was. Oh. Did you mosh well? Was there a victorant moshing individual established? I hope there was. So, Internet seems to be holding out. Do you still want to build a cup noodle with us? Because this was the kit we had for today. But, you know, at the moment, like, Internet's holding good. We're spoiled for choice. Hang on, move the mat to the center. Wait, no, I want map over here. There we go. God, it's bloody huge. Actually, I wonder, can I get this any higher? See if that helps. Woohoo! Oh, you. There we go. There's technical fancy. Like, are we all still on board to build some nudes? I should probably tell the internet what I'm doing. Be like, wanna watch me build a cup noodle? Come hang out. Let's see who wants to come hang out with us. And just sneak tiny big Zam in there. I'm going to tell the internet that we're going to be building some Noods. Kitsuna's like, excuse me, did you say build some Noods? I did. Alright, nice. Yeah. If you're up for it, friends, let's put together a cup noodle. I think Naroth's still the Jarl, so is the possibility of. Just telling the internet what we're up to. We're gonna start building the Noods. Noods. Right you are, Lecter. Right you are. Although it does mean I'll probably have to tell the Thor stole my nude story several times tonight. I'm okay with this, but... Capitalized? I always forget. Have a cup noodle. We're trying to... Fiona and I have been trying to theorise why I feel like hammered shite today. The current working theory is that I actually got more drunk than I thought I did last night. Or I drank more than I thought I did last night. So I'm having all the after effects, kind of like a pseudo hangover, but with none of the fun, which I'm very grumpy about. But like, I did not drink that much. I only had like I had 3 ciders and a few cups of wine, but nothing out of the ordinary. I didn't crack into Bart and Ender's homemade mead, which I was very, very looking forward to. Yes, remember, do not add hot water. Do not drink the Noods. Mechanoel is informing us that to be a Gundam, it has to have a gun. Therefore, give this noodle a gun. I do have some spare guns.
This looks like an imposter.
Pun Spectre, thank you kindly. Also, thank you for the 200 bits. I mean, Lecter, it's possible, yeah. Like, it all hit me after I actually lay down to go to sleep. But yeah, it wasn't a lot. And I don't feel the usual hangover symptoms. But currently it's the best working theory we've come up with. And Baron Sheep, Watto, friend. I don't know if I said hello when you came on in. We're testing out the internet today, as it's been very, very unstable for the last few days. That's why I was asking if we can move Memnol. Baron's like, I'd say your problem is you don't play enough D&D. That is a chronic symptom, unfortunately. Join for Noods. Twitch.television. Just telling people we're building Noods / Viking. Not Vimin. How many times do I type this out, phone? How many times? The answer is a lot. Why do you make this hard? Join for Noods. Right. You're joining me for this adventure. Yeah, fancy finger work. And my fancy knife. Yeah, it's Noods time. I've been watching a lot of those like really smooth Gundam videos. Unfortunately, there's only a couple. I was telling this to Fiona, like, there's this one guy online who did a gorgeous GM sniper build. I think he won like some tournaments and stuff. And he does this really beautiful, almost like white glove style video, like smooth piano music, like putting everything together. Not quite ASMR, but the same level of like really high quality production, right? And I'm like, where are those videos? Most of the people that do Gundam building online are all like, haha, welcome to me building a Gundam. I'm gonna get really excited at your face for 2 hours. I'm like, yeah, I just wanted to watch the robots and go to bed. Eat noodles, says Yo. Well, what ho to you, friend? Though, lamentably, we are specifically been told, don't add hot water and don't ingest. So, like, I don't want to say you're not welcome, but I feel like, you know, I shouldn't. God, this is glorious. So we got a little cup noodle stuff there. Also, I have serious intent on, after building this, of doing like a deconstruct and then like putting some LEDs in this, maybe giving it like a shiny coat. To Mary, things are only inedible if you have no courage. What was it that Terry Pratchett said? Everything's edible once. Yeah, RGB Noods! Oh, so there's the... got the lid. Noods. Noods. Put them over here. The cup pieces. I'm so down for this. So what have we got? Are those... So they've got stickers for the... Oh, my life. Okay, so... Hang on, let me spread these all out. So, we've got the stick-on label here. We've got stickers for the shrimp to make them more shrimp-like. But, I mean, let's be honest. The superior version is the chicken version. And the best hit chronicle of this cup noodle. God, this is glorious. But yes, to quote Mr. Terry Pratchett, everything's edible once. Dreamer, well, I wish I had better nails today to show you off. Like, we should have done this video back when I had my fancy Gundam nails. But of course, I didn't do that because I'm a bloody idiot. And Dreamer says, are you really complaining about people being excited for 2 whole hours? I see the irony / hypocrisy in what I am saying. A little, yes, a little. But... Oh, so Kitsuna, this is actually the late season cup noodle. As you'll recognize by some of the cup armor that was added after the later conflicts with Neo Zeon. God, the detail on this. I'm actually gonna have to ink the cup. Oh, this is gonna be glorious. This is gonna be glorious. Okay. Not too shabby. Please note, assembling the kit in 3 minutes might be difficult. So, no, I cannot assemble this at the same speed as one would make a cup noodle. Huh. There's a whole thing here about how the cup noodle cluster was the hardest part of this to make. Like, I'm gonna have to put some effort into this, friendos. Oh wait, or is there a sticker for the back? There might be a sticker for the back. All right, well, let's get this open first. But yeah, so the Dreamer, like, you're right. It is hypocritical of me to accuse others of being too energetic. It's more like like a lot of people, I've been watching like shows and YouTube stuff to fall asleep to, and there's very little of the Gundam stuff that I can watch to crash to, because it kind of comes. A lot of the content feels more in line with like. Oh my word! If you try to build it too quickly, it'll turn to Kramen. Are you just high enough for that joke?
What?
Were you just high enough for that joke?
That's why I'm shutting the door.
I'm getting shut in with the terrible jokes. No, Pun Spectre, thank you for the 100 and 200. Like, this was not a sensible fiscal purchase. This cup noodle kit was drunk Will being like, I gotta have it. I gotta have it. Because apparently, that's just who I am. I have to be a complete idiot when I'm being pissed. Alright, so let's see. Oh, okay, so we don't have... So it's our choice if we want to ink the side. I tell you what, we'll just do a build of this, because I'm going to deconstruct it anyway. I mean, not today, obviously. So I'm not going to do any inking or anything fancy on it. We're going to put the cup noodle together, and then we'll go from there. Alright. Actually, let's do this proper. Let's do this proper. Get my little rail out. Because, so I don't end up going like, where did I put G? Oh, where's G over here? Famous Six is like, well, I must disagree. This kit is 100% sensible. 100% sensible? No. Sorry, move my edgelord fidget spinner. And an old phone that I've been attempting to resurrect. You ever had that thing where you're trying to find just a very basic piece of information, you don't know where you left it, so you're like, you know, resurrecting old phones, looking through 1,000 emails. Alright, so the cuppa's got to go over here. Hopefully I won't flick any pieces into it. Oh, and to Dreamer. It's entirely fine. Graphite's like, for something to watch to go to sleep, just watch something chill like the ending of Iron-Blooded Orphans. It's the ending's not the problem. The ending's as good an ending as you're gonna get. It's the lead-up. Indy Kylo has been dreaming of this moment for a long time. Alright. So let's get me runners all set up. There's a... What have we got here? G1, G2... Oh wow, this first bit's actually surprisingly complicated. So we're putting together the rim here, and I'm gonna line this shit up like it makes sense. That's not fair. Pop the stickers over here. We won't need you lot for a while. Alright, over there you go. I will say though, I do love Iron-Blooded Orphans. Some of the Mac Gillis arc gets very sinister. And I don't really know what to do with it, but... But in the end, that's the levels to which he's prepared to go. I'll have you know, this cylinder is very complex. Who knew? Round things are difficult. Alright, so we need... B, G, and C. Alright. And Kika, welcome back. We're just cracking into the noodle now. Okay, do you mind if we just talk anime for a little bit? Like, I know we're usually like Vijagamey nonsense, but like, is anyone else watching Attack on Titan? Is anyone else... I'm not going to go spoilerific. I think I just need someone else to be like, yes, well, I'm also watching this. Also, holy feck. Indy Carlo's like, yes, I have heard of the Dragon Balls. little spill stickers and everything have their own pieces. This is glorious! Oh yeah, Kitsune, yeah, Attack on Titan's getting wild. The dragons what? Baron is someone who describes himself as a round thing. I don't know, like, Baron, like, I don't know if you can say anymore, like... Okay, so here are my C's, and I need a G. So G2... So G2, C3, okay, but where's B? There's E. Got a bunch of F's over here, aye. There's the D. Yes, I will be making a chortle every time we have to lift for the D. So where's the feckin' B's at? Oh, the B's were under the guide! Why am I a stupid? Alright.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Noods for dudes.
It's the new charity. Dial 0800 Noods for dudes. Kitsune. Where's the D, he asks. Whilst looking for nudes. Fair. Alright. But yeah, no, just... I had given up on Attack on Titan so many times, and each time I am proven wrong. Oh, well, Solon, I hope you're not missing a stream for any bad reasons. You're like one of my go-to peoples for night watching. Right. Oh. Well, I'm streaming later than usual because I was just not with it this morning. So. Alright, B4 is this big chunky top here. Alright, you're missing for good reasons. Okay. But just because we're not going to be inking this doesn't mean I have an excuse to do it bad. Solon's like, we love a night watcher. Why are you gonna make me sound like I'm creepy? Viking Blonde is the Night Watcher, coming to CBS this summer. Oh, why did I get rid of this? Yeah, so it was just... I have gotten back into Attack on Titan recently because I saw a bunch of promotional stuff. Sadly, I had some of it spoilt by the Crunchyroll ads, which was annoying. But I'm on the final season at the moment, and God, what a payoff. Because like a lot of people, watched season 1, loved it. Actually, I initially read the manga, thought the manga was terrible, was like, no one's going to want to watch this. We're going to want to read this. The Gainax anime happened, and oh by gum, was it good. So then I start watching the anime. I have a great time with it, because it's just a kinetic glory. Just consumed the first season. Sorry, apologies if it gets a little too bright. I need my light, because I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see the little nubbins on corner. So yeah, watched the first season like a bunch of people, got into season 2 and just slowly started losing interest in season 2. You know, I felt like it was stacking mystery on top of mystery, and I was like, oh god. This is a show that's going to go on for 20,000 seasons, and by the end of it, it's going to be, and then the butler did it! Ugh. Like... To find out what happened, I started reading ahead in the manga, and God, I'm not dissing on people that enjoy it, but I personally found the manga just absolutely impenetrable. It's just not there. Anyway, so turns out I gave up before I even hit season 3, which was fine. Then I saw a little bit of the spoilers of the last season, and so the combination of being told this is the final season of Attack on Titan, alongside being told that, oh boy, it shakes things up, I was like, huh, I wonder how it does that. So I get into it, I start watching it again, and now I'm just eagerly awaiting each episode again. It's been a while since I had something that gripped me quite like this, and I guess the reason why I want to talk to you lot about it is because for things like The Expanse, which recently finished its current season, and WandaVision, like, I'm watching those with Fiona, which is great. Like, get to share some shows with my partner, making me real happy. But I don't have anybody to talk Attack on Titan with. Oh, Kisa, if the butler stops by, I will ask him to bring the snack tray. Oh, MDH, welcome back, welcome back. Oh, Solon says we're talking Log Horizon. I am there. Yup. Kathleen says they remember watching season 1 and going, huh, that was strange. God, it's just... I did not expect, one, the what's in the basement mystery to have a good payoff, which it absolutely did. And I did not expect it to... God, this is where it gets fiddly. And I did not expect it to pay off as well as it did. And now the show is going places, and I'm just fucking wee. Lecter's like, no one talk Attack on Titan with my foot. What, Soviet? That was the thing. The art style for the manga wasn't great. It was pretty bad. And that's never usually a denotion of quality, but like, I don't know. Like, I've gotten into a few mangas that were terribly, terribly drawn. I'm not saying that, you know, everything has to be a beautiful cornucopia for my eyes. But, yeah. The manga just left me feeling kind of hollow. A bit weird. Okay. This is where it gets complicated. Oh, okay. So there's little holes like here, and these have got to line up. Who knew? Who knew making a noodle model kit would be so complex? Who thought it would be difficult to make nudes? Hey! Graz, how are you doing, friend? What-ho? Actually, Graz, I saw your post about things to do for birthdays that are safe. And I've been thinking about it a lot, but it was like one of those, I didn't want to just start recommending things off the bat. Sorry, Graz has a birthday coming up and was asking people on social media, like, what are things that one can do for one's birthday that are safe? And I've been pondering this quite a lot. Ah, yeah, see, there's the little mark we line up with. Oh, caffeine, Full Metal Panic. There's a treat, start to finish. Yeah. It does the escalation of situation very well. But I also loved the comedy spin-off for Mofu. Oh, God, yes, Kika. Well, okay, you and I have talked about this, and especially in the last arc, when they combine, oh, we're a fan. Absolute we're a fan. But, Kika is also a fan of Kill 6 Billion Demons, which if you need something to read today is on the internet. It is occasionally nonsensical and visually gorgeous. Kill 6 Billion Demons is another great example of why you don't have to settle for boring fantasy stuff. You can have cool fantasy stuff. Alright, let me line this up. Pacha! Actually, Kika, I think I'm a... Yep. Just yes. Yes. Baron Chief like, who would want cool fantasy stuff? Feckin' right. Oh, anyway, so yeah, so jumping back. So friends, very quickly, Grazcore is a musicianal artist in Seattleite local, who I'm a very big fan of, who was the one who sent, I think I've still got them in the box, so I haven't found a perfect place to put them yet. Where did I put those stickers you sent me? I know I put them somewhere. Anyway, sorry. Please do throw them a follow, because they do some cracking live sets on Twitch. Here's me multi-track drifting. Let me come back. Anyway, so I was having a ponder of things that you could do for your birthday. Now, one of the things that we've done is going to a cabin, because it's going somewhere else. It's still safe and socially distant, so you don't have to worry about, like, there we go. So it's social distant, it's safe. Bring some booze or whatever your requirements are, and just get away from it. Like, we did it a couple weeks ago, and it really did help, you know? Alright, let's get some of the gold in here. Oh, Caffeine was recommending, okay, anything by, I can never pronounce his surname. Yeah, the person Caffeine's recommending, who has done some incredible runs. And yeah, his Hades and Persephone run is wonderful. Though it's worth saying that one of the standalone projects he's done, Sunstone, is very not safe for work. But it's definitely, Sunstone is definitely more about people and feelings and the emotional cost of relationships rather than it is about the sexy times. So, Gratz, that was one suggestion. There's also, mainly because we got talking to the owners throughout lockdown. So there's a place in not too far from us called Skull, which is a Viking mead hall. And the reason why we've gone there a couple of times throughout the period, back before we returned to super lockdown, is we spoke to them and how they were handling the situation. And they were not only boxing clever, but boxing safe, which I really appreciated. At the moment, they have like an outdoor area where you can get like little schmores and meat and mead and what have you, which during the snow must have been lovely. But you've got to call ahead with that one. Okay, so it's F1, C1, F2. All right, here's F1. That shiny gold finish. Graz says, cabin seems like the best option so far. People want me to stream, but it feels like kind of would, but basically a lot of fun. I wouldn't want to have to DJ. God, I'm not the best person to ask on that one. I stream on birthdays and holidays and things, but I don't know. I'm not a performer like yourself. Like, this is as much like a conversational bar as anything, you know? I'm not asked to perform by these lovely Mother Hubbards, thankfully. I mean, we're building a cup noodle here, for feck's sake. And I can understand that, like, a proper performance is a lot of work. You could do a birthday's eve, like do a late show the night before, like ring in the birthday at midnight. That way, it would leave your birthday free. Might leave you a little bit tired if you stay up too late, but. Oh, okay. If we're talking about not safe for work comics that aren't about not safe for work stuff, Feast for a King is one that Kiko is recommending to us. I'll have to give that a look. mean, I've always been in admiration of people that can create content about things as personal as, like, sex, sexuality, relationships. That might just be because I'm British and we're all incredibly repressed. Or it might just be like the idea of putting that level of raw out there in the internet. But then when I stop and think about it, I tell you lot pretty much everything. So life's pretty much an open book these days. Since I stopped being a shit human being, I don't have any secrets to keep. Here's to personal growth. Sorry, I made that very much about me. But no, Kika, that sounds really interesting. So all the chapters in total, 100. Sorry, it's told in a lot of flashbacks, but it's about 24 hours. Interesting. Kika made a two-player role-playing game about communication, or tabletop role-playing game. Oh, and jumping back a little bit, Graz says, maybe let's do a Gundam build and Zoom with friends. That sounds like a lovely idea. Okay. Alright, so now... Alright, so this is interesting. Like, with the little spurs, to line them up, you have to find... Oh. You have to find what's going on. However, you can line up the spine. So if I can find the spine, just lock these in like there's no tomorrow. The spine? No. This is very difficult. This is very difficult. Alright, Katros, go have some lovely sleeps, friend. Thank you for coming and hanging out today. I know I wasn't on point, but it's been a lovely day. Oh, wow. Feast for a King is at over 5,700 pages. Bleed Nora. I mean, respect to him. Sorry, I'm fiddly trying to find the biting point on these, like, sprues. So it's here on the spine. Aha. Do 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 do. There we go. Do 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 do. Tiny victory music. Look at that. Did I think I would have this much fun putting together a packet of noodles? No, I did not. But here we are, friends. Solon's like, believe in yourself. Push down. That's how I make parts fit. I put the bash in kit bash. You know what I'm saying? Please don't award that. That was terrible and I wish I hadn't said it out loud. Oh, Graz says, I found this piece. If you keep spinning till it feels like it locks in and you can push down. Okay. I mean, makes sense. Solon's like, Will, I do not know what you are saying. Dustin says, back from food with those specks on the table. These are nubs. Now, I'm being a bit blasé here. I'm just cutting them straight as because they'll get covered. But what you're supposed to do with properly cutting Gundam pieces, so you see a little bit here, instead of cutting it right at the joint there, you cut it from here. So like, bam, get that nice crispy click. Now again, because most of the bits on this are hidden, I save myself a bit of work. So you see that nubbin that sticks out? What you're meant to do then is cut that in kind of like, almost in increments. And ideally, you cut the last bit of it off to give it a clean finish. Or you cut it down as much as you can and then sand the edge of it. That's the correct process. So that's how you can get like a nice clean finish on stuff without... Okay, no, I really made a pig's ear of that. I should have just done it the normal way. No, I've got to fix it, because I'm an idiot. Or at least that's the technique that a lot of people practice. Honestly, when it comes to building these kits, you build them how you wanna. I spent far too many years thinking that I didn't have the technical ability to put it together, because you'd watch people who do like builds with LEDs and builds with custom airbrushes and dioramas and stuff. And after a while, it can start to feel like, shit, well, if I can't do that, why bother? No, it's your model, it's your experience. You get to put that together, and that's way cool. Okay. So this one sticks out this way. Okay. Gonna use the Graz method. Oh, there we go. That satisfying click. Alright, and then F2. How F2itous. Sorry, I lost my complete train of thought there. Kika says, I found the biggest barrier to entry to doing most things is time and money. Definitely more the second rather than the first. And actually, caffeine, that is a good point. 40k, can, well, Warhammer minis in general can feel like that. But like, if you're not like master level, oh, what was the team? What's the in-house team called? I want to say heavy metal, but it's not. Games Workshop have had their own like special team of in-house mini painters and stuff. And yeah, sometimes it can feel like if you're not batting to that level, like what are you doing? And caffeine, I have to agree as well, like, except for the one that turned out that one of the admins was a Nazi. Well, just staunch. No, it was pretty much Nazi. All the Gundam groups I've joined have been lovely. Yeah, apart from that one surprise. Oh, so it's heavy metal, but said by an orc. Because they're all apparently from the Midlands. Okay, so tooth is up, teeth up, lock it in. Yeah.
Reactor online.
Yo,
Sensors
who's
online.
that?
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
If a man resubs to the long ship in the woods and no one is around to see it, how did he get Wi-Fi to work out there in the woods?
I assume it just has really good signal. Jim plays. Becken, thank you for 16 months, you legend. How are you doing? And Kika, you make a good point. Want to play 40k? Play Necrons. Spray paint everything black, brush silver, green for the eyes. Jobs are good 'un. Oh yeah, Gratz, that's a good point. The W in Wi-Fi stands for woods. I should have remembered that. I'm so sorry. All right. Okay, so the top cup's built. Look at that shiny gold. Nice, right good that gold, I tell thee. All right, put my fancy knife away. Katsuno says, to be frank, if you don't start doing it, you won't reach the highest skill levels anyway. Yeah. Well, I think it's just, especially the lot of the content, social media content around a lot of things like 40k, Gundam, any of the kind of crafting hobbies type stuff. It's the superstar builds and the gorgeous paint jobs that get shared around. So it can often feel like if you're not batting to that level, are you really trying? Whereas honestly, it's okay to field a half-great army. It's okay to just base paint some stuff and rock it out. It's alright to have like a couple of units that you really loved and worked on. And that's fine, you know? Honestly, you don't need me to say this, but I will say that if it hadn't been for Jaralan and Shackle, like, just sending me a model kit, like, I wouldn't have gotten into this, because I still would have believed that I didn't have the skills to build to that level. I mean, hell, the thing I love about Gundams as a hobby is that you can just sit there, snip, snip, clip, 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 put a build together in like a couple hours, jobs are good. Or you can agonizingly, painstakingly take out each piece. You can do ink washes to get all the details to really snap. Like, oh, Baron. Ooh. Sorry, Baron was saying that if they get to run in-person D&D games again, which you will, you know, the world can only be a butt for so long. Gonna get really into minis, yeah. I mean, we've still got the Thick McRunfast and the Emberlyn Burns minis that may one day need attention. All right, so this is 23. Now this one I will do proper because I don't want to have those little stub marks. But yeah, like Baron's actually given me his old airbrushing kit. And see. Okay, no, now I need to get into the G's. So G1 and C2. Baron actually gave me his old airbrushing kit, so at some point I do want to start doing some sprays. You know, and I've been looking at tutorials on how to do like candy sprays and things like that, because I'm a big proponent of, I like my Gundams looking like, you know, they fly through space effortlessly. Like, you know, they just got a clean and polish. The off the oh, that's gone forever. The off the showroom look. But that's my personal choice, you know. Loads of people love doing like weathering and stuff, which I used to do a lot for 40k back in the day. But I don't know. I think it's the realization that I'll probably never own a car as well. That's why I'm getting all like, but what about me giant robot? I'd clean it every Sunday. Well, MDH, take a deep breath. Let it on out. You are here with friendos. And at least for the briefest modicum of moments, you got this. Kika's like, I like my Gundams how I like my coffee. In the morning. I like my Gundams like I like my coffee. Complex backstories. No, I don't know how that works. Wake up with a hot cup of mech. Aye. It's the best part of waking up. Giant robots in your cup. More on that story later. Graz, okay, joking aside, but I feel like there's a bunch of air fresheners which have missed out. There's brand new model kit smell. I find it similar to like Gundams, Lego sets, whatever. They all have that similar kind of like straight out the packet smell. Give me that as an air freshener. Like, don't give me mountain breeze. I avoid mountains. I make a habit of not going outside. Like, give me first pint after a long week. Who's this? Stooge! A good evening to you. You're streaming very late, friend. I mean, coming in, obviously. How you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Yeah. Plexi-plastic wrapped import manga smell. There is an air freshener that I want. Kisa, leather-bound books. Fecking yes. And Strakes, how are you doing? Oh, I finally watched the video proper that we were talking about. And having now watched it, I feel bad that I didn't. That I just went, oh, good for her. And then just went about my day. Stu's just finished the second trial of Danganronpa 2. Ooh. I'm building a pot noodle. Because that's just who I am this week. Nope. Yep. Nope. Okay. There we go. Although I will say, at parts of this, the way you kind of rotatey potato started to feel a little bit like was it Valley of the Hidden Temple? Graz says, I did find some creepy air fresheners on PlayAsia once. One was like an anime girl for your car smell. Or a girl's room smell. Animu, no. Yeah, it's Strakes. I'm still kind of digesting it a little, but yeah, we'll actually get to have, like, chats and conversations. So Stooge says, got into the investigation 2 hours in and didn't want to risk forgetting stuff between now and next week. I mean, as the muse takes you, right? Oh, Dustin would like to let us know that the Yankee Candle's bacon candle smells like a literal grease fire. I speak from personal experience. Avoid, avoid, avoid. I mean, Fiona is...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, what's this?
It's 27 months is what it is, Strakes. Thank you kindly. How are you doing? Sorry, I asked you that as you came on in. You know what I mean. Thank you kindly, friend. Like, on top of the everything else that goes on. So yeah, over here, we've been having a lovely day. I didn't know if the internet was going to be working today, so... I got up this morning, felt like hammered shite. But after... Okay, that's nubbins. There we go. Spiky. After the last couple of days, I didn't know if the internet was going to be working. It was sort of working this morning, so... We've just been nattering and building Gundams. I built this little bloke earlier. Hello, my name is Haru. It's lovely to meet you. And apparently I sound like Perun as well. Oh, Graz, no! Graz was saying there's a DIY music venue Yankee Candle smell. It's basically BO and stale beer. No! Stray says you do have a tech still coming out, I hope. Oh, yes, we do. Oh, sorry, Stu just pointing out that I would say your stream title was kind of wrong. Fairly sure Thor could steal the nudes, he just can't eat them. Well, I'm hoping he doesn't. Because I know he has pen testing experience, but please don't break into my house. Like, don't break into my house, not even as a joke. What was I nattering on about beforehand? Baron, I keep getting these adverts on the Book of Face for word puzzle locks. I don't know if you've seen those. Baron was talking about, like, once the world is stopped being a complete jerk bar of, like, in-world D&D and stuff. And putting this together reminded me of that. Okay, I will say, this kit is a lot of fun to build. The interlocking pieces are really satisfying. Building a cup noodle shouldn't be this much fun, but it is. Oh yeah, and Strags, it would just be a social... Yeah, Thor contacts Fiona. Well, see, Ardoon, you make a good point. At some point, Thor is gonna have to come over because we'll have to attempt to de-hermit him somehow. Grass is like, wait till you get those stickers for the insides of the lettering. That'll suck the fun right out of it. Well, see, that's the great thing. If I don't want to, I don't have to. No one tells me how to gunpla! A few people told me that I put one of my Zaku's shoulders on backwards, which I had. And rather than go back and redo the shoulders, I just went, you know what? I like it better that way. And that's the great thing about it. Oh, on a weird side note, there is a series called Gundam Build Fighters. Well, a Gundam Build Divers, its sequel. I've only watched Divers, I haven't watched Fighters. And it is about a future MMO where people travel around with their homemade Gundam models inside an MMO. Now, this sounds like an excuse to sell me toys. This sounds like an excuse to convince me to buy a whole new series of Gundams. And I will admit, I went in very cynical. But I was wide the feck awake and it was coming up on 5 AM and I'm like, I need something to just shut my brain off. That was a show I did not expect to have, like, good emotional, like... I did not expect to like that as much as I did. Yeah, mainline kit bashing series. It's actually pretty badass. It is. And the sequel went places I was not expecting as well. Kika says, I wish they sold me Angelic Leia toys. That doesn't ring a bell, and I feel like it should. Oh, and jumping back to getting Thor over. Like, obviously we've got to wait until it is safe, because, like, he got real sick, like, early on in lockdown. He got the lurg proper. So, we'll have to wait until it's 100% safe for him to come round, but we will drag him round, because he's got to meet the nuggies. I can bring Shay over, can have all the dudes come hang out. Oh, Keith says Google it, Will. Alright, I mean, feck it, it's my show, let's have a look. Angelic Leia toys. Oh, wow. Okay, Kika, I'm gonna need you to go to the internet sin bin for 3 minutes because I just looked at that and the Tokyo Pop logo popped up. You can't be casually dropping clamp stuff around here. All right, friends. Next up, assemble the cup. So we got to make the cup noodle wording, and then start putting together all the bits. Like, you know what? I think I might not put the stickers on the back of it. I think I'm just gonna ink wash them because I can. I don't know. Sorry, Kisa, not actually mad. It was just, I haven't seen a Tokyo Pop spine on a bit of manga in a long time. God, I watched like a 50-minute documentary on what happened to Tokyo Pop. It's fascinating. Right. So we got to start with the red cup noodle part, which is over here. Let's cut this open, and then just pop the letters in while we're nattering. Yeah, Tokyo Pop is super duper dead, but how they died is fascinating. sorry, I didn't have a follow-up to that. It's just, it's absolutely worth giving it having a look on the interwebs for the subsequent documentaries, as they are definitely worth your time. All right, let's get this cup noodle out of here. Yeah, Narath, sorry for just... I don't want to do the story a disservice. The TLDR is they signed a lot of series very, very quickly, and the demand didn't... The supply... They had more supply than there was demand, and they put out a lot of subpar works. They also started signing Western authors to Rue series with incredibly brutal contracts, and became infamous. Like, there are a few series out there...
Collapses into chair really shouldn't install. Dual monitor setup sick. But I fecking did it.
Yeah, you fecking did. So question, are you at 1 Wills or 2? Sorry, Shackle, congratulations, friend. I hope you feel better. Yeah, I'm with Keisha on this one. We're proud of you, yo. I'm making a cup noodle. So, whoa, what did you think streaming professionally was going to be like? Did you think it would involve building a cup noodle in front of 50 people? I did not. I wouldn't have it any other way. Although I did make the... I did make the realization last night that if we ever do end up with a ridiculous amount of money, and if we ever do LongCon, that is the fictitious Longship convention where we're just going to fly everybody in. We are going to have a guinea pig petting room. So to Chicken Nuggets, hello. My knee-jerk reaction is that you may be trolling, but if not, my unfortunate truth on the matter is, lamentably, while it is possible to fall for someone that you have not met, unfortunately the situation is never reciprocated. It's like being on the Supreme Court. It happened to like 4 people. It sadly will not happen to you. I will not be on the Supreme Court. I just keep thinking of the Crazy Ex-Girlfriend episode of Don't Be a Lawyer. Oh yeah, and Kisa, you will absolutely get to hug Patchbutt Son. I have a feeling Yaskia is going to be around for 1,000. Speaking of Patchbutt Son, I know.
Kisa summoned him.
Yeah, with powers.
I know.
I know.
The little Patchbutt.
You might just get the Patchbutt because he does not like saying ho. Hello, River. River, no, not
saying ho.
River. River. Pets are coming to run.
My son!
Everything's falling over! Hey, little Patchbutt.
A little chunk, a little chunk.
And if you haven't met him, this is Yeskir. We called him that because he's afraid of everything.
He's very scared right now.
Yes. Those are the wide eyes of fear. Narod's like, I love his little face. Trying to hide in Fiona. It's okay. It's okay. Why won't you let me love you? Yeskir, let me love you. Yeah, he is freaking.
He's okay. He's alright. You're okay, huh?
You're okay.
You're alright. There you go.
Yeah, Kisa, that's always the thing of he's so spooked, so I don't want him to be more spooky, but I like the cuddles.
He's doing. He knows that this is good. Yeah, you know this is okay. Little Patchbutt. It's because he's got a little Patchbutt.
Yeah, he's actually got like a square Patchbutt as well, which is fascinating.
Yeah. Okay.
It's okay.
I just saw he was being summoned, so I would bring him in.
Yeah. Friends, you have that power. Talk about nuggies, summon nuggies.
Little nuggies, you get nuggies. I show nuggies. They'll be back tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, friends, here's hoping Guinea Pig Nation will be back up and running. Are you just going to run it with less cameras, do you reckon, or...?
I'll sort it. I'm gonna get up early and
Okay.
sort it.
So, fingers crossed, touch wood. Yeah, you can actually see me touch wood. He has... Graz, he has the fear. Bless him. Pippin and Yaskier, we inherited.
And then eventually Pippin decided that he wanted to be big fighty with everybody.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, he decided that he had to be Billy Big Bollocks all the time.
Atticus decided he wanted to be Billy Big Bollocks.
So basically, our two middle lads both think that they are the alpha piggy, and they're so sweet and so scared of things. But if we leave them in the same enclosure, they fight. They fight each other. They fight everyone. So we've put them in a cage, but with a divider, and they just sleep next to each other. It's fucking adorable. Yeah. But as soon as the thing, but as soon as the thing goes down, it's like Guinea Pig Fight Club.
They're slowly bonding.
Yes.
Slowly bonding.
Once they get out the habit. Also, according to what we've been told, is having guinea pigs fixed is dangerous and doesn't fix the aggressive tendencies. So it's unlikely that we'll... Sorry, I'm just cutting out the letters and we can play Jigsaw. It's unlikely that we'll, get them fixed. Their fighting noises are feckin' adorable, though. Hey, Kika, feckin' go for it, yo. If you want to send me the primer on the thing you wanted to ask about via the Discords, I'm entirely down for that. Because then I can have a look over it while I have a ponder post stream. Where were we? I forget what we were nattering about, friends. Oh, I think I was saying like, the Sell Me Toys Gundam series is very good. It's actually something I'm thinking about doing in the future. Is doing like a little three-person Gundam team. I'm doing like 3 kit bashes that do different things. It's kind of like a, if I was making Gundams, I don't know why I have to say it in that voice now every time. But if I was making Gundams for build divers, what would they be and what would they look like? So I'm thinking of doing 3 little builds. I'm gonna do like an Easy 8 variant. I'm gonna do a high-speed funnel beastie, and I haven't decided on my 3rd. But I liked the idea of kind of not metagaming. That's wrong. Theory crafting, yeah, of making like a little team and then trying to work out what they would do and all that stuff. Because it's not for like a war game or anything, then I don't have to worry about rules or logistics or anything like that. Oh, Asari says, who wants to see a quick dog sketch? I mean, dags. Always dags. What's a dag? Well, it's a Scottish dog, isn't it? Never get tired of that. Okie dokie lokers. Dukes. Oh, and we were talking about LongCon and how we'll definitely have a guinea pig petting room. Most likely. Though the thing is, if I came into an inordinate amount of money, aside from spending it on LongCon, we'd probably get a slightly bigger apartment, which would facilitate more guinea pigs. Naroth saying, I was going to stay awake longer, but I'm failing. You have done well. Naroth, you have done a solid innings. Go, sleep. You have earned this. Yeah. Man, it's just... There's something about this kit where just when things lock together, it feels very satisfying. Oh, and sorry, if long con does happen, the only thing you'll need to do is bring yourself. We will have someone else bring us beverages of our request. That's a fun little pipe dream, you know? You know, if you're not prepared of what to do if you suddenly had $1 million. What would happen if it did? You must remember that power corrupts. So my goal would be to spend that money as quickly as possible until there was none. Not let the temptation for more money settle in. For that is the betrayer at the heart. Because I know, when I was working for Improbable, I got to spend a lot of time in a lot of different environments. And the thing that struck me was spending time in like VC circles, where I'm in the room with people that have millions of dollars to throw around just because they can. Oh, Graz, nothing against your good self. We've got links for subs. If you want to pass it to Caffeine or on the sub team, they can post it for you. It's just to stop bots from posting those, like, steal your Twitch links. Because we weirdly get a lot of those. But yeah, what was so weird about being around, like, VC types and, like, the big money types is that they were always about being more in the big money club. Like, you know, the rich folks were trying to get into the millionaires club. The millionaires are always trying to get into the billionaires club. And it's like, you're in this room with people that have achieved enough fiscally that they could look after themselves and 17 generations and not have to lift a finger. And yet they become so obsessed with that, like, social strata. And I'm like, nah. If I ended up acquiring cash, I would spend it on long con, friendo projects, Gundams, and guinea pigs. All right, like my goal would be to retain to a similar level. Okay, I might put some money aside for like health insurance. That'd be cool. Get my teeth fixed. But aside from that, and Solon, it is really alienating. I'm not making excuses for him because I think the things you said are reprehensible, and I'm glad he quit Twitter. But I heard tale of what happened to Notch after he ended up in the big money club, and it's so sad. Because like initially, from the way it was explained to me, like he'd use his money to do silly fun things and hang out with friendos. But as more and more people started to attach to him, he couldn't tell who was hanging out with him because they were friendos and who was hanging out with because of cash. And eventually that paranoia, you know, pushed away all his peoples. Now, are you two the same? Are these two the same? Yes, I think they are. Anyway, eventually the paranoia just ate him alive. And he became more and more isolated and more alone in his weird jelly bean house. Like, it takes a certain person with a lot of mental fortitude to survive a lot of money. Sorry, there are no plans to do any more depth as I've been able to keep myself out of making stupid promises. Oh, feck, and I didn't see the Jim Plays got the feckin' Yaldum. God. Oh, and Bacon Avenger. Funny you should mention that. Biakuaz, it was actually on my wish lists. And some lovely Mother Hubbard actually sent it through. So this is another one to build at some point. I've got the Sega Saturn model kit. At least I think that was one of the mystery Gundams. The secret Discord supposedly doesn't know. But then again, I've only asked people who may or may not frequent the secret Discord, and they've told me nothing. Okay, this is more for like Grats and people who've just joined us. They have a secret Discord dedicated to messing with me. I'm always simultaneously flattered and terrified. Yeah, what secret Discord? Right, you are, Fiona. I know I've told you this a bunch of times, friends, but sometimes Fiona will be on her phone and be laughing. And I'll look over and be like, oh, what's up? And she'll just turn the phone away from me and be like, no, you can't know. Solon's like, there's not any secret Discord. If there was one, I'd be in it. And if there was one, I'd know. Yeah. Anyway, secret Discord's been real quiet of late, which is making me nervous. But it's fine. Yeah, there is no secret Discord, and there is no server in Ba Sing Se. Terrors, a lot of you. What? There is no secret Discord. What secret Discord? Terrors, a lot of you. I live in fear. Also, I want to say, friends, thank you for coming to hang out this afternoon. Like I said, I was feeling grim earlier, and it was by the powers of Fiona that I was resurrected. And I was kind of like, didn't mean to just natter your ears off all day and just build Gundams, because I really like doing this. This is kind of my downtime hobby. So kind of like with Devil Daggers and stuff like that, it feels a little self-indulgent. Though the next build I need to start is the ginormous glowing Gundam unicorn behind me. Like, that's the next one I really need to begin in honesty. Yeah, look at that! Woo! Fancy cup noodle! Now we pop it. Honest pop it. I will say, Fiona has been making noises of, please don't send any more Gundam model kits because we are running out of space. And those of you that have been stealth sending kits, you are fecking legends. But I definitely have enough that, like, between now and No Grey November, I am set. Let's be honest. Oh, and get to the boat. That's why I said, like, I'm not excusing him. Yeah, he is not as an individual, is extremely intolerant, and his opinions are gross. He has perpetuated a lot of the worst habits that, you know, those of us who have worked in games have tried very hard to remove, like the gatekeeping, the elitism, the, you know, video games are just for white blokes mentality, which they aren't. I know, shocking. But sometimes it can help to understand where people are coming from. Not to forgive. A Baron Sheep, new game, No Grey November Plus. Feckin' yeah. Indie Kylo, but my venture games! Right. It always cracks me up, the idea of the social justice Illuminati. Like, if such a thing existed, I'd know about it. And if there was like a social justice league behind the scenes controlling the games industry, we'd just be getting more queer games. That's it. That's it. Yeah, if I can't enjoy my games, nobody can. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go down a dark path. Like I said, you know, Microsoft now has Minecraft, and like Hatsune Miku has returned for control of the project. Oh, this is so satisfying. Has been concerned control. I killed my own joke. Sorry, it was a good joke. It was a good joke, and I biffed it. H3. There we go. Solon's like, oh, I forgot. I realized we forgot to invite you. You know what? I should have known the existence of Puzzle Makeout League. Should have confirmed the Social Justice League of video games. Hey! Jetman J, you feckin' legend. What ho, friend? Coming in. We're building a cup noodle. How was your stream? How are you doing? Smallest Waffles like, Makeout League, you say? It was kind of like I sounded the horn.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
J-Man J.
Hey.
Hey, indeed. Thank you for bringing your crew over. 18 months, no less. So, what were you up to? What were you streaming? How was your day? Tell me your things. We're just here in full natter mode. And Smallest Waffle, it's called, I think it's, was it Super Puzzle Makeout League? That at first glance appears to be like a Picross dating game, but let me tell you, that game goes places. So yeah. The Queer Social Justice League of video games has been confirmed. They are secretly running the games industry. Puzzle Makeout League confirmed. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have told you all. I probably just biffed my my entry into the league. Graz like, each month of subscription gives you 1 minute of therapist will. I am not a therapist. I am support friend. I am not legally qualified. Oh, Jetman says stream was good, doing Death Stranding. Yay! And looking at all the weird Kojima stuff as you do. God, I love Death Stranding. It's like the biggest budget weird indie game of all time. And without going into spoilers, the ability for it to put forward completely nonsense, ridiculous concepts that by the end of the game seem like they make perfect sense. Chrono's like, what, ho, Noodle Gundam? Cup Noodle Gundam to you? It's the final form of Noodle Gundam. Look at this. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. God, this is good to put together. Yeah, Graz, I'm with you there. That Monster Energy is not only in the game, but it's a game mechanic. That you drink Monster Energy from your flask to get more energy. Ridiculous. I will say, playing Death Stranding did make me want a Red Bull. So, whether or not that confirms product placement. Actually, I'm going to natter to you while I'm getting some water. As Jim has been having a real good time with it. Shame a lot of people dropped off the game before it really started picking up speed. Right? It's so good! But then again, you've got to give props. Oh, okay, get to the boat, have a lovely evening. Like, throwing in 150 bits like it's no big deal. And yeah, thank you again for 2 years of hanging out here. Sorry, I'm just going to pour myself some water. But yeah, Death Stranding is just such a wonderfully weird concept. And the thing I do appreciate about Death Stranding is it has no qualms in taking its sweet feckin' time. Because you're right, Jetman, like a lot of people dropped off that game before it really starts to open up. And, you know, it would have been real easy for them to like fast track you to combat. It would have been real easy for them to just like throw you into some of the big set pieces early on. But they don't. God, the pacing is so smooth and it works. See, Graz, I'm with you. The names of the characters in that game are so ridiculous. Like Die Hardman and oh god. But then by the end of it, like when the credits roll, you're like, that character name made absolute sense, and I feckin' believe it. And that's a power. Yeah. I mean, Jetman, it's an old conversation. Like, it's a conversation that's older than video games of how to do good pacing without losing your audience. Because the thing is, Death Stranding works because by the time you get to the point of... Oh, there meant to be anything in there? Okay, Death Stranding works because by the time you get to the point where things are starting to pop off and the momentum of the game picks up, it's because you've built literal bridges. The whole game is about, you know, interconnecting these communities together, which is feckin' rad. So, the slow glacial pacing at the beginning, you start to feel like your own hard work comes together. That and you of the other players around the world. Like, it's such an interconnected game that makes you feel so alone at the beginning. In this beautiful but haunting landscape. I mean, heck, they managed to make a mechanic where rain feels genuinely ominous. Sorry, in case you hadn't noticed, Will really, 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 really liked Death Stranding. Shocking. Oh, Varbles has been on Bravely Default, and apparently the Kojima naming standards don't even come close to Bravely Default's. Oh, another sprue done. God. One of the satisfying things about doing Gundam kits is every time you clear a sprue, you feel like a ledge. Zumi says, low-key wish the Noods could transform. Oh, don't. I got on a... I've been on a weird kicker of, like, documentaries about old toys. So, like, you know, the toys that made us and a bunch of channels on YouTube just as background noise while I'm doing other stuff. And I got onto the episode about the transforming McDonald's toys and was reminded immediately of my severe jealousy of everyone else who had the French fries but me. Firstly, children are stupid. Secondly, how come I didn't get the French fries? Loads of the milkshake. Nobody liked the milkshake because McDonald's milkshakes were gross. The fries, they were cool. Yeah, Graz, I think it's Toy Planet is the one I've been watching. I actually found it because they did a really good breakdown of the whole Harmony Gold Battletech from the perspective of the toys. And the whole Forbidden Mechs and how that all came to be. Is it Toy Galaxy? Oh, anyway, sorry. Jumping back into Death Stranding. So Jetman was saying, absolutely. It does a fantastic job when it wants to. I have a co-host who've been talking to while playing it and make it... We've been talking about the imagery and whatnot when we weren't making stupid jokes. Yeah. But I guess there's also a certain amount of charm in the ridiculousness. The sections with Hartman where he gives you a literal thumbs up that gives you thumbs up in game with the the whole social likes mechanic is ridiculous. But also Hartman's got one of the saddest, okay, not the saddest story. He's got a real humdinger of a tale. All right. Now, what you're supposed to do on this bit, friends, is you're supposed to take this big old sticker and put it right over the back here and try and line this all up. Like that. But I don't want to because I'm a fucking rebel. So, I'm going to get the ink out. We're going to do this our way. Oh, Solent is correct. This is how all cup noodles are made. So, it might only take 3 minutes to eat. But a nerd somewhere spent many, many hours putting it together. And Mechanoel, I'm gonna give the noodle a gun. In fact, you can come with me and choose. Well, by come with, I mean I'll yell at you from behind. Zumi says, once you're done, be careful. The contents might be hot. That's weird. That's what my dating profile says. I don't use digi-dating. Graz says you better kit bash this. Oh, you... Okay, joking aside, I am absolutely going to put some LEDs and stuff in this. This is going to be my custom project. I just haven't decided to what level. But I'm going to do a very, very cheeky ink wash. Because I don't want to do the details the way it tells me to. I want them to do them my way. So, I'm going to do some ink dropping while we chat. This is going to take a lot of ink, isn't it? That's good. I got a pot of it. So, like, if you're prepared to do the cleaning work, you can just brush the ink over it. It just takes a while. But I think it's going to be worth it. So, like, just doing a brush like that. God, this is going to take ages to clear. What was that? Shackle! You feckin' legend. Speaking of cup noodle and product placement, I have to say I love the product placement in Final Fantasy 15. Oh god, yes. It still makes me smile. Like, here we are talking about Kojima and the nonsense, but they got nothing on Final Fantasy 15's cup noodle quest. This is going to take ages to clean, but it's going to be worth it. And again, this is not how you're meant to do this. This is Will doing this very badly. What you're meant to do is just dop it on all the little details. Yeah, Graz, Final Fantasy 15 had to walk so Death Stranding could run. But maybe it's because I'm an arty-farty bugger, but I unironically love both of those games. 15 is, the more I think about it, is quickly becoming my favorite in the series. And like, I don't think that its criticisms are unfair, but like, sometimes friends, when I'm having a bad time, I just go back and watch the ending and just have a good old cry, you know? Like, I'm not saying the other Final Fantasy endings haven't hit me with feels and elements, but there's something about 15 that just hit me like a dump truck, you know? I think I did have one Q-tip kicking around here. Now, I wonder if this will be too much. Yeah, unfortunately, it needs to dry first. Can soak up some of the excess, but not too
Final Fantasy 15 is very good, but several pints in Final Fantasy 14 have had me openly weeping.
Oh, 14 is special as. Who was that? Oh, Shackle. Thank you again, friends. 400 bits there. Legend. 14 has this, like, 14 is currently winning at how to do story at an MMO scale, and is batting for a caliber I don't think any of us knew you could with that kind of story. Like, talking about walking till run, like, there are going to be so many games that we're going to see in the future that will owe a lot to Final Fantasy 14 proving it could be done. You know what I mean? Varble says, bounce off 15, but also adore 13. I mean, it's as personal a taste thing as you're ever going to get. God, this is satisfying. This will slow down our build considerably, but I mean, we're not here for the completion. We're here for the journey. Plus, this camera cannot. So, that's... Oh, sorry, I was about to throw it to the screen. So that's how it looks right now. Once that's all dried, which will probably take a while, then we'll do like a big old clean of it. And I'm going to do the back as well. Because I can. deeply satisfying about inking a barcode. I couldn't tell you for the life of me what it is. Oh, the other method of doing this is you can get the Gundam pens. You can scribble the detail and then remove any excess with just an eraser, or as we call them in the UK, a rubber. However, that is just as time-consuming and not nearly as fun. Once again, there's no wrong way to do this. If you're enjoying it, and if you're enjoying it and it's looking how you want it to do, then you are winning. Like that's the only rules. Zumi says several points you set. Must be the type of. Okay, you lost me there, Zumi, but I mean, Final Fantasy XV's ending gets me teared up. It got me teared up when we did the playthrough together here, even though I knew exactly what was going to happen. There was also a bunch of different details that I didn't notice until we played through it a second time. But it's also worth saying that, like, Final Fantasy as a series has grown up with gaming, not the other way around. You know, 7 came for a lot of people at just the right time, and especially it's thematically hit very, very well. Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry, Jetman. Here's me talking your bloody ear off. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you for bringing your crew in. I will endeavour to be vaguely entertaining. And if any of Jetman J's crew want to keep talking about Death Stranding or whatever, fair can go for it. Okay, Quinjet, thank you for sharing that, because that's the most lovely mental image. Sorry, let me move this over a little bit. Man. Trying to get it so you all can see it better. Camera's not happy with me. Now, is it better if I turn it off? Little bit. Alright. Sorry, Quinjet was saying that their nephew's dog just discovered himself in the bedroom mirror, and he is very confused. Yeah, Shackle, the opening. He knew. He knew! Lizzie says we have a wholesome nephew puppy. Aww. I mean, we've gotten to see some pictures, and it did make me laugh a little bit when you're saying that the big challenge at the moment, Lizzie, is getting them not to jump on your stitches. Yeah. Inking my noodles. Inking my noodles. Yeah, Graz, since you said Kit Bash, I'm now thinking about, like, how do I turn this into, like, a transformer? You know, I was talking about those McDonald's toys earlier. Anyway, none of you need me to tell you that your favourite Final Fantasy is good. And talking about weird tastes, like, honestly, up until 15, my favourite was 8, despite having one of the most nonsensical final acts in any of the Final Fantasy games. But here we are. There's just something really feckin' satisfying about doing this. You just pop the little dabber down in one place and the ink just finds its way into where it needs to be. Science. It's fantastic. Yeah, Graz, I think you're right. It's got to have the hover feelies as the DOM. From the DOM. And I think I'm going to have to use the 1/100 size. Because I feel like if I use the 144 size, it's going to make the torso all like stocky, which would mean it needs some stuff. Oh, Quinch saying he is a big puppo. Landing on stitches is a legitimate concern. Oh, well, Quinn, it just clicked as to who your good self is. It is lovely to see you. How are you doing? Although I have realised that the decision to ink the back of this is going to be quite an undertaking. Like, as every true model maker must at some point, I have made a decision that is going to involve a lot of work. And that's over. Oh.
Legitimate Gundam question, who would win Cup Noodle or Help Kitty?
Oh, Help Kitty. Like, the Cup Noodle, even if we take into consideration, even if we ignore the 1-1 scale and scale this up to Gundam size, it's more of a, at best, it's an orbiting space station. At best. You know, it hasn't even got feeties like Big Zam. Oh, I'm sorry, Tiny Big Zam. I wasn't taking a mick out of you. Tiny Big Zam! Super close-up of a human elbow is really weird. I'm going to try not to do that again. I never considered the human elbow to be gross until that point. Cool, we're all learning stuff today. God, and this is definitely more in, like, this is definitely more like an ink wash than a standard inkage. Now, as Mechanoel has insisted, Cup Noodle Gundam needs a gun, so we're going to work on that one. Graz is like, Small Zam. Yeah, but I want to make Little Big references, so that's why it's Little Big Zam. Or Tiny Big Zam. That's pretty much all I've been using Instagram for at the moment, is Tiny Big Zam. And yes, I am going to be doing a series of finding Tiny Big Zam in places where Tiny Big Zam's not meant to be. Little Big, Skibbity Zam. Skibbity Big Zam. Sorry, I have to give a shout out to Sadlin, because I got into Little Big thanks to Sadlin and the Infinite Euro watch parties. And they are a feckin' treasure. God, it looks like a mess right now. I'm hoping it's gonna get better. I do not know the Skibbity dance, I have to admit. But I'm informed it's in Just Dance, so maybe that should be one of my my quarantine challenges. Learn how to do Skibbity by Little Big. What do you reckon? Hypno-Zam! Like, honestly, where is my 5-part Netflix original adaptation for Hypno Dancer, the series? Sorry, I was just saying that they have scaffolding around their place at the moment due to council work, and one of their tabbies decided to go out onto the scaffolding, saw us, meowed, and asked to come in. 'Tis the way of cats. But yeah, like, so Sadlin, last time we hung out with Tom, we got into what we called, like, the Little Big deep lore. Like, you know, Little Big, is it the Mad Hatters? There was another Russian band that kind of formed into Little Big, sort of. We also started trying to work out the order of the Little Big videos into like a canonical universe, because we've been indoors for a year and we're all going doolally tap. Maybe it's the ink fumes, but this is great. Just sitting here, inking in the side of my cup noodle. I'm still amazed there aren't like customization kits for the cup noodles as well. Because if you haven't seen them, for a lot of the Gundams, you can buy better decals or like extra accessories or things to like etching and improving your Gundams. But I haven't seen that for the pot noodle. And honestly, I think there is a missed business opportunity right the feck there. Although this would probably also be better if I was using a brush rather than this thing. But you can't win it all. Oh, did we finish the tunes? It's coming back around again. This is for the people of the sun. Okay, Quinn, you make an excellent point. With a hot glue gun, every accessory is a cup noodle accessory. And again, if Mechanoel is... Yeah, Mechanoel's still with us. We are going to pick a gun for this. And we might have to do that in a sec while we wait for some of this to dry. Alright, did I miss any bits? We're not going to do... Okay, we're not going to do the spine, because if we do the spine, we'll have to do it across. Alright, is that all of the... Could use a little bit there. Would you believe me if I said I do not listen to this much chill music in my downtime? Not in the slightest. Alright. So what'll happen is once this is all finished, then we begin the painstaking process of removing it with many, many, many Q-tips. Oh. I had to do a double take there, Lecter. Lecter saying that she just shoved so many nudes and balls into their mouth. And standard broccoli. Question mark, what? And sorry, yeah, I have lost my train of thought is what I've done. Go well. Oh. Yeah, Graz, it's DMCA safe. It is, and it's kind of it goes with everything. Alright, so let's stick some of the red parts on before we start clearing it up. There are a few artists who I've gotten like permission to use their stuff and things like that, but there's only so... Like, I love Ninja Sex Party, but they don't go with everything, you know what I mean? And I think it was Hinder was the first person to say, well, maybe ease up on the Ninja Sex Party. Which I can't really resent because we were playing Sekiro, and we played that quite a lot, and I did nothing but NSP. NSP and anime intros. We don't do that anymore. Yeah, and see, Graz, that's a really good point. See, you know I'm a fan of your work. I like your tunes, but they slap. Like, you need those for some, like, a proper high-energy party night. You know what I mean? I feel like if I popped them on now, I'm going to start bobbing around. I'm try bobbing around, building a Gundam, bobbing around, building a Gundam. And next thing we know, Will's in A&E with a sliced-off finger. Good work, dingus. Yeah, please, don't ruin the Gundam. Frickin' right. How's Will? But the Gundam's okay. Oh, thank God. Although, one thing I've noticed is, of all the different versions of Little Girl in the Rain studying with Cat, there isn't a Viking version. There aren't, like, lo-fi Viking tunes to Siege 2. And I'm really tempted to commission someone to draw, like, tiny Viking studying. Sorry, I realised I was doing that off of camera. Doesn't help either of us. Don't kit bash yourself, send tweet. Yeah. No, I didn't cut off my own finger and glue a Zaku arm to it, the exposed bone. I was kit bashing. It's fine. Biohacking, I believe some people call it. Wait, no. Yeah, no, it's where. No, hang on. I'm trying to remember which one's which now. I don't want to get my cool kid cred taken away from me by saying one thing's one thing when it's not. Well, sorry, that is very kind of you to offer. Thank you. Look at them clean cuts. You're gonna start thinking I know what I'm doing, which I clearly do not. Ah! Fuck! Alright, we're good. We're good. Found it. Oh, El Ravager, Watto friend. How are you doing this fine evening? I started very late, so we're building a Gundam. Myself and Fiona have been having internet problems like the last couple days, and it seems to be holding today, but that doesn't mean it's fixed, as we all well know. Alright. So it's 6, 5, 4 in reverse order. Okay, so 6 first, do not spill. And actually some of these, hang on, let me turn the light on so you can see a little bit better. Some of these red ones have like little details here, so they're definitely going to get the inking treatment as well. Ink for everyone! Graz says their internet went down midstream last night. Okay. Well, the idiots we spoke to were like, we don't know what it is. We'll send out a technician to come have a look. It's like, cool. If they don't wear a mask, I'm gonna tase them. But
His name's Asimov Sorensen. Are you listening to me?
There's no beef.
hopefully it is just that. But I'd rather them check it. Like, they're not charging us to come out and look at it, you know? And while I would be able to still stream with everybody because I can do it via my phone, that's not an advisable long-term solution, you know what I mean? Oh, there we go. Looking good. Looking good there. Yeah, there we go, Graz. Lo-fi Viking war chants to conquer 2. That's what we're after. Also, the other thing is these little pieces that do look identical, they have different slots on the back, so you can't even put them in the wrong place. Like, they're so fucking good. Might as well just clip them all out now. Now I know I can't get them in the wrong place. Oh, and that's another sprue done. Yeah, I'm always... So one of the things I did a little bit for Christmas was, well, I have given people Gundam kits, but it's always hard to make the, Let me start again on that one. I've bought people model kits as gifts, especially people who have been like, oh, I wouldn't be able to afford it. It's not something I can afford, or like, oh, it's something I'd love to get into. But I always worry that they think that I'm basically just trying to bully them into doing my hobby with me. Do you know what I mean? Lizzie, there is a first aid kit in the house. We'll be fine. Touch wood.
What's cooking? Special bell peppers and beef.
And also, it's like, if you get somebody a kit, it's that whole thing of trying not to make it seem like you're pressuring them into building it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Fiona, it's fine. See? Fiona thinks it's fine, so it's fine. Alright. Gold. And the AS. Where's the AS? Oh, the AS is in white. Alright. Let's get this in proper. Graz says guilty of that. Bought a friend Fallout 76. And let's be real, nobody asked for that as a gift. The thing I want to do with that game, and it feels like they keep moving away from it. What I want is a private server Fallout game. Like, me and people can have their own bases or shared bases or what have you, and just play a Fallout game together, like a group. That's what I want. And it feels like the systems they've implemented, like the normalization of baddies, and some of the other like combat system changes, move away from that experience. Oh yeah, but it's Fallout first. That's the subscription model. Sorry, Graz. It sounds like I'm probably just being a big duty head about a thing that you love. My apologies. I don't mean it like that. I'm definitely looking forward to getting stuck into that game at some point. Because like everybody, since the first announcement of the Fallout MMO, like the idea of playing things in that world with other people is something I feel real strongly about. Actually going to do Wastelands 3 with Tobias at some point. Okay. So this goes this way. Okay. So there's our tab. And this locks into here. Like so. Oh, look at that. Yes. Alright. Let's get a bit more of the ink on the dark places. And then might need to take a break while we wait for this all to clean on up, you know. El Ravager was saying that's how they got into 40k. Brother bought the simple first org kit and then ludicrous speed. Nah, my older cousin had Space Crusade, so I was already familiar with Games Workshop as a concept. I got a copy of White Dwarf back in the day. I remember it vividly. It was the first one that Lizardmen were introduced in, and it came with a free Lizardman. Harpist of Char. There we go. Dunny spill it. Dunny put it in the microwave. See if I can do these ones a little bit neater. Yeah, I got that first White Dwarf. Not the first White Dwarf, but my first one with a free skink. And from that point, Boof was hooked. I traded in my copy of Turtles on the Game Boy for 20 quid to give me the last 20 quid to buy Space Hulk. Because I was already a big fan of the Space Marines. And I figured that I could... If a box of Terminators was 20 quid and Space Hulk came with 2 things of Terminators, then I had 40 quid's worth of models and Gene Stealers and a board. Oh, I'm just punting things. Oh no! I knocked me noodles over. There's nudes on the floor. Anyway, Tiny Me thought that I was like the savviest shopper of all time. Mechanol says, I gotta admit, love Gundams, love mechs, all that, but I don't have the patience or the desire to make it. I don't even like making minis from a tabletop RPGs. I just don't have enough bored middle-aged dad energy. Wow! Do I have that bored middle-aged dad energy? Is that what I exude now? Fuck! Oh, my love. What? Gonna have to start digging me a grave. As I'm old! Mechanoel, I'm kidding. The Tau models are amazing, especially the big mechs. Oh, Grad, that's even... This is why I like hanging out with you lot, as you are distinctly funnier than I am. Graz with, like, just leaked your own nudes there. Graz, dad energies when you start reading books about submarines. God. I hope upon hope that the nerdy energy of our generation will just be telling people about weird, obscure Japanese video games. Lizzie, I'll take that as a compliment. You're right. I am not the Tal father, or as you say, Daddy Tal. I can't say it without a voice. And Mechanoel, it's one of those things that I kind of felt similar for a while. Again, Jaralan, I consider it to be from Jaralan and Shackle, but Jaralan sent across... Oh, Shackle got the Yaldum, I didn't even see. God, I'm a terrible friend today. I got sent across a Gundam Barbatus, and it was such a fun build. I got it just over a year ago, actually, since I got into this. And it ended up being... and it's ended up being like a really good de-stress, because like, especially if you get really into doing the little details, like you can just sit with a glass of wine or what have you and just slowly work on all the little stuff. It's real good. God, I kind of want wine now. Is that bad? Woke up feeling trash and now I'm like, but what if we got some wine in? Maybe I could drink myself into an early night's sleep. Friends, I kid. You should never use alcohol to solve problems. That is how you develop problems. As you well know, my philosophy of drinking is the same as my philosophy for tabletop miniatures. I drink like I used to play 40k. It's expensive, it's an event, and when it's over, no one is sure who won. Baron's like, there's a name for that, Will. It's called Second Wind. Wait, I thought that has to happen in the same day. I've always considered it return to form. Thankfully, I can talk enough hot air. I can talk enough hot air while this dries. Because we're not actually far off of finishing this. Because we've nearly finished the cup noodle.
Okay. Very dumb cue. If the doctor from Dr. WHO got dumped into a video game, what game would you trap them in? What do you think would be the big bad evil?
Okay, so, sorry. Oh, and congratulations on getting a new badge. Bleeding Nora. Sorry, you just got the ice cream and wands shield. The first of, like, the metal shields. I hope you understand, that means that over the last 3 years, you have just in little bits and bobs given 200k in bits. Like, that's 2 gold bits total, right? Sorry. Sorry, and I guess this goes to all of you, just sincerely thank you. Like, we're spending a little Tuesday evening nattering and building Gundams. Thank you. I love doing this. I love doing this. I love hanging out with you lot. And, like, as I've always said, like, I get to keep doing this because you lot keep me alive. Like, you lot have decided to keep me around. In case no one made you aware, you can actually get rid of me at any time. No, but, like, joking aside, especially right now, and I know I say this on a daily, but I feel it needs saying daily. Like, everything that you lot thrown in, that's what is paying our rent, buying us food to keep us alive, feeding the nuggies, feeding River, and we're very, very, very grateful, so thank you. Now, to answer your question, are you asking, what do I think would be the most entertaining game to throw the Doctor into, or what would be the one that would stump him? Like, what would be the game that would trap the Doctor? Or what do you think would be the most entertaining? Because Quinn's putting forward the Stanley Parable, and I reckon the Stanley Parable would be hilarious. Do you reckon the narrator from the Stanley Parable could keep the Doctor in there? God. For some reason, my brain thought Roller Coaster Tycoon for a place to trap the Doctor. Do you know what I mean? Like, stuck in long, never-ending queues trying to get to the front to ask someone what's going on. Graphite's like, nah, it'll be Peggle. No, I can see him, like, tweaking one of the balls with a sonic screwdriver to shatter out the game world. I mean, the entire crux of Peggle is high-velocity yotage with an RPG behind it. Sorry, I missed a bit. Boop. A little bit too much boop. Just... There we go. Checking all the kanji, making sure I got it right. And there's some places where I didn't. Please forgive me. I don't know kanji. It is kanji that's the day-to-day, right? Because there's hiragana, katakana, kanji, and I guess romanji doesn't technically count. Wait, unless I'm getting everything mixed up, because isn't romanji the using like English letters to spell Japanese words, right? God, I'm showing my weebery here. Yeah, hiragana is basic, katakana is basic. Is complex. Or am I just losing? Am I just losing my marbles on real time? Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh so loud. Sorry, Graz was like, I once asked my Japanese teacher to write something in Jumanji and she got mad. Feckin' yo. Congratulations, Graz. You nearly slayed me with a joke. Pun Spectre would be proud. Okay. So yeah, at the moment, we're just waiting for this to dry. I guess I could start, if I'm real careful, can start slotting it together. Because I'm not going to do the cleanup till later anyway. At least that way we can put the packet together and you lot don't have to wait for the ink to dry before we finish this glorious mess. It's alright, so we've got the base on. Games to trap the Doctor in. I don't know, I feel like if you put the Doctor from Doctor Who in Jumanji, he'd come out like having made friends with everything. Quinjet, put the Doctor into Danganronpa. The only way you can make an escape is by making all the children emotionally stable. Trap the Doctor in, the plan. I don't know how long that would stop him, but it would be fecking hilarious. Okay. Now, gotta line this up. Oh, alright. I think I get it. So we've got to lock this one in together. If I use the curve, that should... Okay. I can clearly see where you're meant to fit. Don't fight me on this. Do not fight me! Okay, so not all of it is working. That's okay. In the words of General Grievous, General Kenobi. See, it's not General Kenobi. I fight you. Plastic model, bad word. Well, congratulations one and all. We found the knees on a cup noodle. It's right the feck there. Oh god. Sorry, I looked up and Shaka was like, put the Doctor in Doki Doki Literature Club. It would work though, because of the meta reasons. Wait, no, we're all fine talking about Doki Doki at this point, right? I feel the individuals that have avoided playing it for very, very good reasons. Why do you hate me, Noodle? Have I not been good to you? Okay, so this should be correct. These bits on the lid here should line up like this. God, I feel like I'm a feckin'... Okay, so Will has fucked up somewhere. The question is where? Oh, no, it's because that this bit rotates like a whole bunch. Okay. This is going to take some... Hey, Vexus, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. We're building a cup noodle! And it was going swimmingly, and now I'm at this, like, asshole puzzle stage. Which I could honestly have phrased that a lot better. Right. So what we have to do is we have to line up... Or I stop trying to be Mr. Clever Billy Big Bollocks. Pop that there. And then pop this right on top. Right on top of telly. Ah! As we well know, screaming at your model kit is a decisive way for getting better. Okay. Eye of the Tiger. Eye of the Tiger. Vexus, I'm at that point where I'm just going to go, BAM! Pot noodle! But knowing my luck at the moment, I'd probably, like, splinter and shatter my little fingies. Okay, so. Gonna line up. Okay. So that's where that's supposed to go. Oh, are we onto a winner? Are we onto a winner? Yes! For I am Lord Noodle! He who claims! I will be signing autographs at the end of this. Yes! Yes! Yes!
Next time you drop too far in Blackout Club, you need to complain about my noodly knees.
My noodly knees! Shackle, thank you kindly, friend. Oh, sorry, Mechanoel, we were having a conversation about where would you stick the Doctor from Doctor Who? Like, what video games would you throw him into to trap him? Mechanoel says The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but, like, I could imagine his Gallifreyan self being the only person that's like, oh, no, this game makes perfect sense to me. Do you not get it? And then just me screaming. Alright. Put the face on. Like in that movie. Face on? Like in that movie. Face on. Why do I feel like it's not doing what it's supposed to somehow? Like, there's a gap there. Okay, should be fine. Oh! No, Vexus wins. Put the Doctor in Mortal Kombat. He's a staunch non-violentist. Everyone's trying to kill him. Congratulations, you've assembled a cup. Please cue the Evangelion congratulations compilation. Thank you. Right. So, friends, all we have left are the Noods. Oh, that's cool. If we want to, you can take the front panel off to get like a little... Oh, and here's the interesting thing. We get to choose our choice of toppings. Oh, wow. There's actually stickers for the bottom. Oh, interesting. And there's stickers to fill in the empty points. Okay, and here's the thing I didn't know. They're telling us here that the Kansai factory looks like the lid of a cup noodle when seen from above. There's a piece of info. Oh, that's what you were talking about with the letters. Ah. Lizzie says, please handle your nudes safely for Twitch TOS. TOS? TOS. Where's my knife? Look, I got a fancy knife. It only took months to get here from Japan. Yeah, it turns out, friends, that if you want to buy Gundam accessories or Gundam tools...
As we all know, the perfect cup noodle starts with only the best ingredients. Now, Noct, what's your favorite meat, fish, or shrimp?
I will say, that whole quest line cracks me up, and especially at the end, where it feels like after they finally completed the quest line, it feels like all the voice actors are just phoning it in. Like, they've just given up at that point. Draco's like, why is this cat? Why is plastic cup noodles? Why? Much like the scientists from Jurassic Park, Draco, we were so concerned with whether we could, we didn't think about whether or not we should. We haven't even got to the plastic shrimp yet. Yeah, and Shackle, it's so perfect as a self-parody of product placement, despite being actual product placement. Okay, so the nudes are actually built over layers. I will not be ink washing the nudes. Because, like I said, I don't know, I plan on, like, this is going to be the box basis for the disco nudes. Okay, so 3 and 4... 3 and 4, then 5 and 6, right. Lizzie's like, wash your nudes. Unless you want them to be dirty. Trico's like, can this even be considered a Gundam stream? Alright, we've talked about this with Mecha Noel. Oh, and to the Joubert, Watto friends. Come on in, come on in. Sorry, I didn't see you in lurk mode there. Grants is like, I'm not gonna lie, I spent way too much time ink washing the shrimps. Yeah, I see all that shrimpy detail, and I'm like, I wanna. As Mecha Noel says, it's a Gundam if it has a gun. So, alright, before we put the nudes in, let's have a look. Alright. So, I've got a spare beam rifle. I've got one of the Zaku machine guns. I've got a bazooka. That could work. Give it an axe. I've got a classic bazooka. Actually, I think a classic bazooka might work. Alright. Friends, what do you think? What do you think will go perfectly with our pot noodle? We've got fancy bazooka, classic bazooka. What do you think? Caffeine's like bazooka Noods. All right, well, you can have another little bit look of them before we decide. I know these are very important decisions. All right, Graz is all about the classic. Lizzie's for fancy. Oh shit. Oh, this is gonna be hard. Caffeine, would you mind doing us a Twitch poll so we can choose proper? Vexa says needs the Zaku Heat Hawk. I do have a spare Heat Hawk actually. Hang on. Caffeine's like, wait, we have a tool for this. Now this isn't for melee weapons. I've got like 3 beam sabers I'm not using. Oh god, I need to dust this place so bad. I moved one of my little Gundam lightsabers and the dust that came up from it. Alright, so we also have choice of weapons as well. So yeah, we're arming our Noods. Lizzie's like, but mods can't vote. Well, just let people vote with channel points so they so they can dab me less. Oh man, it's half and half. Yo, classics rip roaring ahead. Alright, what was I doing? Oh yeah, these two together. Okay. Oh, so Draco, how are you doing this evening? And Vexus, how have you been doing, friend? I haven't had the chance to catch any classy Fridays lately, which has been real sad. The most I've had is Fiona occasionally coming in and going, Will, how many Gundams have you got? And I'm like, So how many have you built? So I feel like I've been kind of involved by proxy. Alright, so let's have a look. So it's 6 votes classy to 8 votes classic. So you'll get to decide how this cup of noodle is armed. Let's put you over here. Oh. Draco says, have you seen the news of the Nintendo Direct? Actually, I haven't, Draco. What's been going down? And Draco, I've been... Okay, I had well, not a horrible morning. A horrible morning implies something happened. I had a bad morning, which is to say, I felt really grim and just could not get up this morning. But then after Fiona basically cast Necromancy, got my ass out of bed, got me into functioning human mode. Let's get the little... Nobody wants sharp nudes. Yeah, once Fiona got my ass up and running, and I got to hang out with you lot for a few hours, I did pretty bloody glorious. Ooh! Vexus, is that the one that has like a tiny char and like a tiny loading platform?
I control that force through fluid motion.
Sorry, friends. Vexus is going to do Char's Zaku 2 tonight. God, I love some of the simple early designs. Like, don't get me wrong. I am drooling over the Nightingale. I want it. And I know it's an old kit. And I know it's not the best kit. But like the Big O, God. It's also like $200 on a lot of places that even have it. Sorry, let me rephrase. So, Char's Zaku 2 is the red Zaku, and I feckin' love its design. And much like the OG Gundam and all the different variants throughout, like, Char's had a bunch of different mechs throughout the Gundam series. The final one he has is called the Nightingale.
Do you see now?
And
it means becoming like clear water.
That ends up being
Water
that's such a gloriously different design.
down in a torrent the very next.
Ah, the Sasabi. Yeah, Draco Raid, that one's awesome. Supposedly, it's like a ritual of passage for all Gundam builders to do the Verkai Sasabi. Like, that one and or the new High Gundam. Or the new Gundam. Wait, new high is 2 wings. The new is 1 wing, right? Oh yeah, Draco's saying mornings are always like that for me. That makes me feel better, friend.
There once was a small little Viking who studied the art of the raid. He really wished to go fighting, to be the best with a blade. But one day as he studied by throwing his axe at a pine, his hand was broken and bloodied by a very large angry stop sign.
Bravo, Dorcas! How do you fucking do these? Okay, Dorcas, once again, just knocking it out of the park. Dorcas, was that what you were asking, what you found lying around? Oh, Dorcas, thank you kindly. And to the Sandwich Kitsune, good evening to you. Yep, based on a true story, I broke my hand. Oh yeah, for those who didn't hear, this is one of Will's peak idiocies. TLDR, drank a lot. Me and Salem went drinking with some lovely, if not less than reputable individuals. We had a lovely evening of it, and my drunk ass walked home, bopping along to a great playlist on my phone. And guess who swung at a tree branch in time with the music? Not realizing, yeah, I'm cutting to the nub at this point. It's late in the evening. Not realizing that there was a stop sign behind it. How did you all come perfectly tied? That pole did the opposite of helping. It made it worse. Heck. Oh, a blue abomination. Did I say what height? Looks like it's 2 bazookas. All right. Fancy bazooka, old bazooka. I guess we're making this happen. Anyway, so Will swings a tree branch in time with the music. Ends up hitting a stop sign full tilt. But I'm so drunk, I don't realize. So I just kind of go home. Well, okay, I'll go back to Ket's sofa where I was sleeping at the time. Yay! Will was homeless for a bit. Good times, good times. Sorry. I feel like now we all get to hang out in the regular, and I've kind of stopped being in survival mode. Like, I get to joke about this stuff now. I don't mean to seem blasé. I mean, you lot got me through it. Feckin' yo. Anyway, I crack my hand. I insist that it's dislocated, not broken, for like a week, until Caffeine donates enough money to go get an x-ray. Turns out it was an open fracture. Mr. Bone had popped up to say hello. Good time. Hello, River. Opacha. Oh, Draco Rage wants to let us know there's a 15-minute Nintendo Direct February 17th, tomorrow. 2 p.m. PT. Very cool. Any theories as to what they're going to be chatting about? I mean, currently looking forward to... Sorry, spelling the Noods. This is starting to feel like one of those McDonald's Transformers now. I'm hoping for more information on Breath of the Wild 2. I love that game so much. Yosh, big girl, hello. Do you want me to make you some space in the bed? Alright. Hang on a second, dear friends. Alright. There you go. Come on, River. Up. Good big girl.
You wanted to lay down.
Yeah, she wanted to come hang out.
Okay. Is this where you
Compound fracture. Weak old compound fracture.
It's happy deck. Aww. Okay, yes. Yo's River. Shackle, you weren't wrong. It was a week old.
Oh, but
Cuddles. Hang on, I'll turn that off for a sec so you can see.
Oh, she's just settling right in. She's like, I don't care.
Yep.
You don't care.
We actually got her sleeping between us the other night, like people. It was very entertaining.
Very cute. She's like a little sausage.
And Vexus, I did have the cast on my hand during TwitchCon 18.
Yeah. It's a black cast.
Yeah. Because it was after it had the initial one and they'd been like, oh my word, you idiot.
I'm not playing!
Adventure time! I do agree with the Sandwich Kitsune though. River is the best dog. Oh, River is... This is why my bed is a complete and utter mess.
Came in for cuddles and then just was like, yeet! Also, hi, Vex!
I was telling Vex that my involvement in Classy Friday so far has been you asking me, how many Gundams you got? I feel like I've been involved in Classy Friday by proximity.
Needs to get you in for Classy Friday. Play some golf with friends.
I'm not against it. I'm against it. Oh,
it generally devolves into let's piss off Fiona hours, so...
But I've already mastered that.
You get to do it more.
This is how Will dies.
Actually, it might be safe to, like, lock the bedroom door or something.
Yeah, like, I'll just bolt it behind.
Chair up.
Yeah. Hope that you tucker yourself out before your rage gets you through the door. Caffeine, I do still have the back-to-back picture from the New Worlds presentation. And that was so cool. For the New World thing at TwitchCon. Let me see if I can pull it up quickly. I think I can, because it was in the... Oh, it was in the slideshow. You can't quite see the cast. But yeah, there's me and Caffeine being cheeky buggers. God. That TwitchCon was good. Dodger says, schedule question for you. Is there a Memnol this Saturday? I am moving Memnol to not next week, but the week after. Because we've had internet problems and I don't want to miss this one. Because I look forward to Memnol a lot and I don't want to miss it. So I've moved pretty much everything out of this week. Our interview with Ollie, which would have been tomorrow. By the way, if you haven't heard of him, Ollie's like the authority on giant robots in the games industry. He works out in Japan. Mostly comments on like more on anime manga stuff than video games because that's where the bulk of. Oh, sorry, we've got to put the squiggly nudes on first. Okay. So 7 and 8 go on the sides, and all right. Now these ones we've got to do a little bit right. Oh. So Dorchester, there won't be a Memnol this weekend, but just more because the internet's been good today and it might hold out, but we still have a technician coming out, and I don't know. Does it make sense? Although the annoying thing was one thing I was looking forward to doing with you all. Sorry, complete tangent. Supposedly PUBG has like a versus AI mode, and I was like, feckin' yes, that'd be great. It turns out the map with AI on, you can't play private matches on, which I'm miffed about. Supposedly we can play zombie mode if we want to all do like a big group game on Saturday. Because it's got proximity chat, it stops it from being an audio soup, but does allow us all to play together. And we had a lot of fun doing it last time. Except for Lecter, who got murdered very, very quickly in the first round. So, yeah, in retrospect, it's not everyone had the greatest time with it. Right. Yeah, see, covering up them nude holes. Kevin's like, I'm still sorry. I mean, don't apologize to me. Look into the sad eyes of Lecter and know your crimes. I'm just being a jerk now. Yeah, see, look into those tiny, sad meerkat eyes. Oh, aye. Cut these like a proper Gundam. Yeah, Draco, this is absolutely a great Gundam. Now that its armaments have been chosen, it's officially a Gundam. And another sprue clear. Well, actually, like, Draco Ray, joking aside, what I love about this kit is everything's designed to be interlocking. So everything's both incredibly complex in terms of, like, its shape, but the actual process of putting it together is lovely and simple. Like, the actual process of building this is great fun. Although I will say there's this little part of me that always gets a little bit bitter when a kit for a Gundam that I'm not a big fan of, or I don't like because of narrative reasons, is really fun to put together. You know, like, my personal bias is like, that Gundam shouldn't be as fun as it was to make. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Look at this. And then T on Mr. T. Because you've got this little kind of like noodly hole there. And then it all locks together to give it some like depth and shape. So Draco, I have so many Gundams. Like, I think especially the premium Bandai Digimon kits look amazing. But I wouldn't pick one up, is what I'm saying. I am already spoiled and we're fine. We're not in any trouble. We're not in any danger. But, you know, you are all giving us enough money to survive, but money's still tight. So I don't want to... I don't want to blow money on Gundam kits. Even though my drunk ass did buy this kit here. But this was a drunk purchase. Because I'm an idiot, apparently. Sorry, I don't mean... If it sounds like I'm mincing my words here, it's because I know if I choose my words incorrectly, this lot will be like, oh, let's get Will a thing. Like, you lot have already decimated my wish list. Which, by the way, was not a wish list like, buy me Gundams! It was like an earmark for future purchasing. Because I never really knew what to do with a wish list. Like, back when we started this and people were like, hey, Will, have you got an Amazon wish list or something? I was like, no. I'm not a person that is in want for much, you know? Funny how picking up a new hobby will change that. Yes, that's right, River. Defend the house. Okay. Top of our nudes. I mean, I wouldn't want to say it out loud, lest I summon powers beyond my control, but it has often been remarked that while I do play video games on the Longship plays its own game, of which I am not so much the contestant, but the unwilling participant, shall we say. And Tol, thank you for the 100 bits, friend. I thought you'd be in bed ages back.
Bed, Tarl.
As the Tal father. That is a brick of nudes. Look at me plastic nudes. It's way good. Hey, you want to see me bottom nudes? Bottom nudes. Alright, and it's like... J-Post, thank you kindly. J-Post throwing in another 100 as well. My rock hard nudes. Aye, that you right, Shackle. Draco's like, now eat it. How did Will break all of his teeth all at once? Funny story.
To quote, I think the term is destroy Will with love.
Not sure that is the term. Caffeine, thank you kindly. Steel's like, wait, what's going on? I'm slapping the bottom of my nudes. And the spooky ghosts are in as well. Feckin' yo. Alright, so what's the next part? Just apply the noodles. It just says drop them in. nudes. That's it, just drop the nudes in. And supposedly you can carefully remove the faceplate. So you can show people the nudes. That's where I want the lights to kind of shine through. Or maybe I'll put like a few holes in this. But if we want to, we can just get ourselves 2 for pen, 2 for pen, cup noodle, follow the nudes. Where are the nudes? Follow the nudes. Open your DMs, drop them nudes in. 2 for pens, 2 for pens. Oh, Shackle, you're right. If I keep flashing my nudes on camera, I'm probably going to get in trouble. Okay, so now, the last stage of this, aside from the stickers, is deciding what we want to add. So we've got freeze-dried egg, shrimp, meat, and gun. Truly, the last and most essential part of a cup noodle is the bazooka. Now, most people don't like it that spicy, but I'm actually going to go with 2 guns. It's my pot Gundam. It's my Gundam. Come, noodly gun tank. There we go. Noodly gun tank. Fear the tank noodle. And also Tiny Big Sam. Draco's like, yo, you gonna eat that? Cause I'll get it. Meat, egg, shrimp, gun. Zumi's like, are the guns the chopsticks? I mean, they can be. Yeah, Utopia, it'd be cool to make the letters glow. I don't know if it would be possible, but I could try. I'd need like a... It would definitely be a challenge. Mecha Noel's like, that is my new towel stand. I mean, as a Gundam stand, it's not bad. We can just put Tiny Big Zam in there. Tiny Big Zam, Lord of the Cup Noodle. Although, is it weird that for a second there I hesitated to put Big Zam in there? Because I was like, oh, I don't want to get that on my food. Wait a second. I know you can get Beam Saber chopsticks. And then, kind of like the tiny umbrella on the side of a drink. Just put a little beam axe on the side, you know? What do you think? Like a little decorative beam axe. Yeah, see, I'm with you there, Draco. I think the bazooka adds more flavor. You can go for like a crossed bazooka look. No. Beam Saber's not cutting, I'm afraid, friends. And Tiny Big Zam. Where'd I put my phone? All right. Well, we've got to show the internet. We've got to show the internet what we made, which is a glorious feckin' mess. Oh no, Mecha Noel said this is what they're going to use instead of a Tau battlesuit. Honestly, you could probably do a Tau battlesuit conversion way easier. And also Steel Fox, sorry, I saw you popping in there. How are you doing, friend? Cup Noodle plus Tiny Big Zam. All right, you're all in the background of the picture, friends. All right, so what should we say? I mean, if it was a standard photo, we'd say cheese. Okay. No, sorry, don't get Fiona to prank me with plastic noodles. I'm the guy that broke his tooth on Monster Munch. What do you think that's going to do to my dental self? Be like a shelling. Okay, friends, so you're all going to be in the back of this picture. So I want everyone to say Tiny Big Zam. Everybody say Tiny Big Zam. Hang on, let's get the lighting round. All right. Tiny Big Zam! There we go, there's the angle. There's the angle. Get the old little...
Tiny Big Zam.
Tiny Big Zam! Alright. I'll post that on the... Well, okay, I'll post that on the everywheres, let's be honest. But yeah, check us out. I don't think I'm going to do stickers now, because one, they're fiddly AF. But also, I want to clean up the back of the carton once that's done. And Quasi, sorry, thank you for throwing in bits, y'all. Though I will say, every time I'm hearing the ring, I keep expecting it to be like an asplosion, you know what I mean? So yeah, check us out, friends. 2 Gundams built today. Cup noodle. And a little, like, red star haro. Not too feckin' shabby, if I do say so myself. Or, Draco, here's an alternative. The tiny Big Zam is to scale. That's how big this cup noodle is. This is the cup noodle that will surpass Metal Gear. Shackle, no. Shackle, I've been nice to you. You've always been my favourite. Hang on, let me put these down, just so we can get like a. Hang on. Well, let's clear up the space. Let's not be total gremlins. No offense to actual gremlins. So I don't accidentally throw stuff away. And my bin is full. This is not good. Also, friendos, if you want a recommendation for where to buy Gundams, look up New Type HQ. That's where I got the Noods from. They also sent through. Is it 1-to-1 scale? It is. It feckin' is. Hang on. The packaging's busted anyway. Although this is the American variant, because it says much more than like Transformers.
Wait. You're saying the New Type are good at making Gundams?
Shocking, I know, dear Shackle.
Well, is Kisa still in there?
Kisa, you still with us?
But someone gave me a purr.
Yes!
He gave me multiple. He gave me little scratches on his booty.
And he was like,
I wasn't ready, and I was just like, I didn't get it. I didn't get it on camera.
Well, Kisa, we're sorry we don't have a video of it, but we got a purr from Patchbutt Son getting scritches. He's getting better.
He's getting better. You let me touch him directly. I put my hand in the cage.
We just got to keep doing it.
I mean, it doesn't help that I went and ran away.
You and Tom, I tell you. As soon as anything's adorable. Kisa says, my son is doing good. And Kisa, I don't want to distract you from doing your mod stuffs, but thank you for throwing a lurk over. Draco, I don't know if they ship to Brazil. I don't know if there are like Brazilian Gunpla suppliers. I mean, feck, I don't know the cost of shipping stuff to that part of the world. But yeah, check this out. See, this unfortunately has its stuff in Murakan. God, I've made such a mess of this. I'm gonna have so much cleaning up to do on the back. It's gonna be totally worth it. But this has been a lovely little day. But yeah, if you need... Okay, if you're based in North America and you need some Gundams, I highly recommend these peeps. They're also still doing a bunch of raising money for BLM charities. And considering that it is no longer the trendy thing to do, and they're still sticking with it, I really respect that, you know? Oh, Dor just kept reading that as as Newty P. Who's Newt? What is Newty? Oh, and Dustin, this cup is absolutely not watertight. I mean, I can see the hole. Hang on, let me show you. I can see the holes in the side of it there. The cup noodle sign comes out, so you can get like your little cross-reference of your nudes. You can rotatey-potatey there. That's a horrible sound, and I promise I won't do that anymore. Oh, Sandwich Kitsune's gonna head to bed. Have a lovely rest of the night, friend. Thank you for coming to hang out. Oh no, I've made it worse. There we go. Noodles in disguise.
Wait. Are you sure one is not a mimic? There is one way to find out. Mimic check.
Sorry, you make a very good point. Mimic check! Mimic check! Ow. Not mimics. Wait, I think I've still got post-its here. What we're gonna do? We're gonna put what was it? Do not eat. Not a noodle. Shit, what are we gonna write? You all came up with something funny. And as always, I'm outsourcing all of you lot to make me seem much funnier than I am. Oh, sorry, also, thank you for the 100 bits. It's not a noodle. Oh, fuck, what was it? I mean, I'm definitely going to put not a mimic on one of them. Not a mimic. Should I just put do not eat?
Best possible disguise for a mimic, post-it note with not a mimic written on it. No one ever questions the post-it note.
So Shackle, I want to joke. I want to riff with you, but you know what? It would work. I've seen entire, like, multi-million-pound video game projects organized purely via the medium of post-it note. Yeah, ready to eat, Draco, right? You are. Lex is like, I question post-its. Then you express a level of wisdom that we cannot step to. Oh. Okay, differendos. As I believe this is a good place to bring this to a close, because I'm just going to wait for this to... I'm going to wait for this to dry, so I can scrub all the ink and make this look all pretty. Lagmeister, it is not a source of fiber. I mean, it's a source of, like, high reprocessed plastic, I guess. Oh, and in case any of you are worried, I do keep all the, like, all these leftover shrimps and stuff. If I don't use them, I keep them. In case I get to do, like, a kit bash in the future. I used to love doing conversions back in my 40k days. So I'd keep all the bits. Like, everyone who gets into, like, models and minis has a bits box, right? I was no exception. So keeping all the... And sometimes with these ones, you get the really satisfying... Oh, it's not going to do it for this one. Caffeine's like, I have so many sprues bits. Yeah. Well, what you can do is you can do so many clever things. Even with just, like, crappy sprues like this. There's a bunch of stuff that you can do. The one that always reminds me is that if you get the... Oh, it's got a special name. There's a certain kind of glue that it melts the plastic to stick it together. And what you can do is cut up a bunch of pieces, mix it together to make like a paste, and use that to fill in like cracks and gaps, and then sand it down to make it look all smooth and stuff. And everyone's like, whoa, how do you make it look so good? Caffeine says, bits, at least for 40k bits, can be great for sprucing up terrain. Yup. All those leftover like bolters and pieces, stick them to your tanks, make them look rad. Got some orcs? Feckin' distress the heck out of some vehicles. There aren't as many applications for Gundams, but I'm very much looking forward to doing some custom builds. And eventually, I like the idea of, like, you know, taking a standard model and then going into the bits box and making something, like, over the top and glorious, you know? Wouldn't you agree, Tiny Big Sam? Yeah, I would, Will, because it's me, Tiny Big Sam, encouraging you to build your own models. There's no wrong way to make a gunpla, and apparently I'm not Strongbad. Right you are, Tiny Big Sam, because Will can only do 3 voices. Oh, lordy, lordy. No, but this has been a glorious little day. I want to say thank you all for hanging out throughout the day. I was not on point, and I know it showed this morning. So, for sticking with me, I'm super duper grateful. The conversation has been lovely. The company has been excellent. And the internet held out for the day. So, it looks like tomorrow we won't be Gundaming it up. And I'm going to get the schedule up tonight. But again, Memnala's going to move, just in case. Ollie's interview is next week. So, Ollie's interview is going to be in the afternoon, like closer to 4 o'clock, because he's on Tokyo time. So he's going to be getting up early to talk to us. So, if you want to know anything about, like, the mecha industry in Japan, like, giant robots in media, he is the only person I feel in the games industry who knows more about giant robots than I do. Ah, yes, and of course, Larry Tarantula. Larry Tarantula here. Make sure you drink plenty of water and don't give yourself a headache, or I'll fucking kill you. Thanks, Larry Tarantula. kind of an angry fellow. So what have we got going on this week? I don't know. I think we're gonna play the not Red Wall game, and I got a bunch of cool games. Oh, I also picked up no. Oh no, we're okay. We're okay. I had a completely frozen moment. Because I managed to pick up Moon Crash, which is the DLC for Prey. It's like the roguelike story thing, and I really, really, really want to do a day deconstructing it, because I know a bunch of you have played it, and a bunch more of you might have heard of it. It's feckin' great. Moon Crash is just brilliant. So we might do a day on that. I doubt we'll get it all cleared, because roguelike, but... Anyway, I promise for Vidya-gamery stuff we'll have a week. Also, you all seem to enjoy hanging out and building some stuff, so... like, maybe we need to do more of this. I think because this build wasn't too complex, I managed to chat to you all. So maybe we'll do some SD Gundams, or we'll build the Sega Saturn. How about that? Maybe we can do that. Oh no, Kisa, we already played Prey, but we didn't play Moon Crash. So yeah, it could still be Fever Dream. Gonna level with you there. Alright, let's move back to studio. Right, friends. So, gonna roll credits in just a second, and I will find a lovely Mother Hubbard for us to head on over to. But no, again, like, thank you for coming to hang out today. It meant, in fact, it always means a lot. You know what I mean! Fucking hell. Numbers! Numbers like, just in time! Aww. We're just bringing this little adventure to a close, dear friend. Alright, feck it. Let me turn the light back on. Do you want to see what we built? Check it out. Numbers. Built Gundam Noodle. Noodle Gundam. Cup Noodle. Do. We built the 1-to-1 scale Cup Noodle. Yep. Numbers is a thing. It's a real thing. We spent the whole day putting it together. Oh, and I also built one of the little, the TriStar Haros. Because look at his little face. He's just feckin' happy to be here. You and me both, Haro. You and me both. Yeah. I mean, Dorcas, I did bust this hand. Maybe I need to bust this hand as well, like level it out. No, I don't. Numbers is like, why is that a thing? Draco's like, when are you going to build 1/1 scale Big Zam? I mean, for all you know, I could be broadcasting from inside Big Zam. The Seattle postcode is a clever ruse. We VPN. We're actually outer space Big Zam. Sorry, Numbers. The other thing is, I built Tiny Big Zam last night, so he's been trundling around. We're taking pictures of him in the snow. Tiny Big Zam. Sorry, there isn't an ice cream model that I know of. The other ones that I've got that are weird. So I've got the injection machine, which is a scale model of the thing that makes Gundams. Well, the thing that makes the Gundam kits. And I've got a Sega Saturn as well. I think those are my only two weird ones. Oh, I've got a Sakura Wars mech that I need to put together, which Fiona picked for me. One of the few. Like, friends, I'm not hurting. I'm not hurting for kits in the slightest. So you don't have to send any more, okay? Don't have to send any more. Numbers. No Great November 2021 is looking on point. I think. All right, let's see. Let's just do a quick kit count. So I've got 3, 7, 10, 13, 16, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. I've got 29 kits, so I need to do like 2-3 a month from now till then. Piece of cake. Piece of cake, cup of tea, fish or chips. Landing. And some of those kits are going to be real easy to bang through. Some of them, like the feckin' behemoth behind me, oh, sorry, let me turn that off. That's my little... the Gundam Megix light-up bastard is going to take... Yeah, no, as Fiona says, this is not an invitation for more. You've already been incredibly generous. Oh, Draco Ray, a Gundam Unicorn perfect grade. God. I mean, that's a month-long project by itself. This one, so this one is, it's still the 1/100 size, but there's an LED kit that goes in the skeleton that lights up the stuff in different colors. Fiona, I think we are fine. I think we are fine. The Gundam mania has calmed, and that's okay. I'm not challenging you all. Oh yeah, so Draco, it's not a perfect grade. It's still the 1/100, but it's like, it actually has a glowing inner skeleton, as opposed to the perfect grade where you have to buy like the LEDs separate. I'm not tempting Barsing Say. I'm just Barsing Saiyan. That's a joke that I just made and will absolutely not come to regret. Tal, no. Tal, no. 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 Like I said, I have enough kits to keep me going from now till No Grey November. I am. You are already too lovely. And Tal, you put in an inordinate amount of hours into the long ship. You already do so much. Like, I still have presents for you, Moose, Lizzie, and Caffeine on my desk, which were originally waiting to go out, and then we were like, oh well, we'll send them out once the world's a little bit safer. I've had those on my desk since before Gunnar passed away. Ah, well, Draco Ray, they're not ideal, but have you looked into, and I know obviously they're an evil company, but things like Alibaba, like the big Chinese sellers, because they might, like, the quality might be... The quality might be a bit shaky, but I know some people who pick up the dodgy knockoff kits to then try and build them up and make them look good. So maybe that helps. Like, oh god, there's a few services over here that sell the shifty knockoffs. So there's like Wish and Cute, and I can't remember if they're offshoots of Alibaba. Sorry, I'm not trying to get you into more. Azumi's like, oh, what about Alibaba not being wholesome? I mean, they're one of the big companies on the planet. I think it was in 2019, there was a discussion of whether Alibaba or Tencent was going to become one of the biggest companies on the planet. And you don't get to be that big by doing good. Oh, Draco says they travel to the US, they're going to do a Gundam shopping spree. Feck yeah. Though Draco, if you're based in Brazil, wait, which side of South America is Brazil on? Yeah, no, it is easier for you to come up to the US. Sorry, I was trying to think. My geography got all flipsy upside down. Because I should have gone to Japan when I was in New Zealand, and when it was way cheaper and way easier. But because I was a work-obsessed idiot, I didn't. And then I had a bit of a breakdown. And left a crater in so many things. Yeah, I should have gone out to Japan. And Draco, hang on, because I don't know if they ship to Brazil, but there's another company that I've been creeping on. And it takes an eternity, but the company's called Side 7 Exports. And it's basically a guy that lives near the Gundam store in Tokyo, who just goes, buys stuff from it, ships it out. I probably should stop sending you all links to things that could destroy me. Ah, feck it. We call this Will's Self-Destruction Tuesday. I don't have a good UK supplier, friends, so... you'd have to ask, maybe, I don't know, Tal, if you ever got into Gundams. That's my other go-to supplier as well. That's New Type. Wow, what's that shiny gold monstrosity? Bleeding Nora. Alright, I'm getting distracted. Sorry, friends. Tal says, Gundam, sadly not my thing. That's no worry. Like, you got into indie comics and video games and a whole bunch of stuff. J-Po says, should probably start vaguely replanning my trip for 2022. I was supposed to go March last year. Yo! I mean, you'll be able to see the actual life-size moving RX-78. It's so pretty. And the Dreamer made cookies. So truly, who won today? Alright. Let me roll credits and thank you lot before I talk myself into real trouble. You are a lovely bunch of Mother Hubbards, and I really hope when I do like thank yous and credits and stuff, it doesn't seem contrite. Naming no names, but there was a content creator I've been watching a lot of recently who does like they do a thank you to the Patreons at the end, and it sounds so painfully forced. It always does me a damage. I never want you lot to think that I'm doing that whole like, and thank you to my Patreon, because it's not. Like, I know you lot. You tell me your stories. We chat on the daily. This isn't like a disambiguated pile of nonsense. Moose just finished like the online game dev, still running. Well, we started super late, and I was just about to roll credits and pass these people over. But I'm bad at ending shows because I don't want to leave. I'm that person that invite you over for a house party and then won't let you go home. Fiona, no! Smash that like and subscribe. Yeah, handlebars. I'm not dissing people that make their living by Patreon. I just, like, you lot don't give us pizza money. You give us living money. You give us paying the rent money. And that's a big fucking deal. You know, we're joking. Friends, we're fucking joking about me having too many...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Aw. Fiona, that's feckin' lovely of you. Fiona flexing on some House Carl nonsense there. Fiona just gifted us up to Draco Ray. That's feckin' cool of you. And Draco, I promise
But also some pizza, right?
I mean, okay, Quasi, thank you for the 500 bits. You did... sorry. Rilu actually specifically gave us money to get pizza last Friday, and it was glorious. Fucking House Carl. House Carl stylings from Fiona there. Handlebars, like, why does everyone have to smash the like button? Why not just be nice to it? Give it a hug. Say, good work, like button. I know what you mean. But Draco, I promise I will pass you over to some lovely people. The one advantage about doing this for as long as we have is we are spoiled for friendos to go on over to. I mean, heck, Thor's chilling and illing. This is the one challenge when it comes to ending shows, though, is the sheer number of people that I want to introduce you to. Aww. And speaking of coming to hang out, it's Pippin, King of Mechs. Hello, tiny Pippin. Hello, little cuddle nug. He's trying to see if he can flip upwards to get cuddles. You gonna come help me do the credits? Or are you just gonna come? He's trying to work out if he can get up onto your shoulder. Little mommy boy.
Okay. It's alright, my little bud. Okay, I'll hold you like this.
There we go.
Hold you like this.
There we go.
Say hello.
Pippin and Yaskia were the ones that we got for as a rehome.
Yeah.
They were bought for some kids, and turns out the parents were super allergic, so they needed a home. And they're now
super allergic. No, they were actually allergic.
Yeah.
I actually still get messages from the mom, and she asked me. Definitely not.
Yeah, that's how we know. Yeah, no, Pippin and Yaskia's ma watches Guinea Pig Nation, and we send her little messages.
Yeah, she still gets yeah, she gets updates on how they're doing.
Mother, I require cuddles. Cuddle me.
Oh, he's comfortable now. He relaxed as soon as he was like in the crux of my arm.
Oh, I remember when Prune used to let us do that. Now he gets grumpy because
look at his little face.
Right? Tiny pig.
The teeny little smoosh.
His little face.
I can only see in the recap, so I don't have a clue what he's doing.
He's just having a great time.
He actually is really enjoying this. He's relaxed and everything.
Oh.
Bud. Yeah.
Good little puppin. Okay. Oh, I didn't see Quasi manage to steal the Yaldum again. Quasi throwing 500 in like it's no big deal.
Okay. What?
And friends, Guinea Pig Nation, touch wood, should be back tomorrow.
Should be. We're gonna check cameras and run drivers and stuff.
Also, look at the number of friendos we've got.
Oh.
369.
Nice.
Nice.
There you go.
You're okay. Alrighty, I am going to roll credits for these lovely Mother Hubbards, and then we have to decide who we're going to go hang out with.
Sounds good.
We got too many good people that stream. It's not fair.
I know.
But no, seriously, thank you all. Today's been a lovely little day, and we'll make an excuse to do some more Gundams soon. How does that sound? Friends, the bits that you all yote, you lovely Mother Hubbard, that's the biggest thing that keeps us going at the moment, so we are very thankful. Specifically, I'd love to thank Ehrman, Kimball, Caffeine, Bacon Avenger, Get to the Boat, Favor 6 Quasimoto, Asadi Green, Fire, Shackle Draconis, Katros, J Post, Tarlicus, Pun, Spector, I don't know where I was going with that bit. Sorry. Graphite Sparrow, Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, and Vanderbeast. Like, sincerely, thank you all. Like, feckin' y'all. Your moderators today was, check that out, full fecking compliment. We got Caffeine, Lizzie T. Pow, Rhymes with Moose, and of course, Tarlicus. For subs, resubs, and House Carl Hunts, we had a bunch of people. So to Yuntax88 gets the boat, Lady Lecter, Kitsuno Kitsu, Nalgorithm, I think I've said that in multiple different ways. Swalmaz, Soul Face, The Jim Plays, Firestrager, Jetman J, Dorchus, and Drakori. Thank you all kindly. Oh, Draco Ray, sorry. We're all getting mixed up. Thank you Jetman J and peeps that brought raids in. Jetman J and ET3 Stooge. And thank you lot again. Hey, sorry, but thank you. I'm gonna be around for as long as you lot want to keep me around, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's have a look. Let's have a look at who we got. Okay, so. Oh, there you are. Who was that? Pun Spectre, you cheeky Mother Hubbard! I'm trying to do a thing! Oh my god! Okay, so I have 3 choices for you, you lovely Mother Hubbards. So I have one friendo who is doing some drawing, but they have an unfair advantage because they have a puppy in the background. I have one friendo who is currently playing Fire Emblem 3 Houses, and then we have the mystery friendo. Yeah, friends, I thought Puppy was going to win. I'm sorry. And yeah, Pun Spectre, I guess we didn't see anything, did we? Okay, so that's 1 for Fire Emblem, but that's 3 for Puppy. All right. Now, I cannot pronounce her username, but she is another local Seattleite friendo and has an adorable little puppy, which I believe is called Gremlin, but don't quote me. So, hang on, no, Tunes, I didn't say you could stop. Did not say you could stop. So, apologies. Alright, so this is a friendo I don't think many of you have met, but it'll be cool to do an introduction. Of course, the puppy's just gone for a feckin' run for it, as it always does. Hopefully they can do an introduction for your good selves. They're currently hanging out with like 7 people, so we're gonna rock in there with like 50 and be like, bam, 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 back in time. Oh no, the puppy is back. All right, the puppy is back. Repeat. So, thank you again, friends, for a glorious day. From me, from Not a Mimic the Noodle, from Not a Mimic, from our Cup Noodle project, and from, of course, Tiny Big Sam. Oh, and I guess from one puppy to t'other. Isn't that right, River? So, I'll put the schedule up this evening. We will have streams aplenty tomorrow, assuming the internet, touch wood, continues to not be a butt. And that's about it. Yeah, keep an eye on the Discord. Have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm terrible at goodbyes. I forget the term. There's like a particular region that Fiona mentioned that is terrible at saying goodbye. Can't remember the term now. It's dropped out of my head. Alright, friendos. I'll see you later. Have a lovely rest of your evening.